usual. We had our, um, I don't know, our regular technical difficulties. For some reason, some of us, even though we all had the same link, wound up in a very different location. So um, uh, I have no way to explain that other than they had to send us a new link, even though it's the same link, and try it all over again. So anyway, here we are. Hopefully this will be our last little technical glitch for the day, first and last. So, and I know Hannah is on, and so are the speakers from AEP. So I think we will be ready to get going here. What I'm going to do is first off, just turn it off to Chairman Houston to have a few opening remarks, and then he'll turn it back to me, and then I will have just a few things to say, and then we will get started. So let's have good luck for the rest of the day. You're muted. You're still.
Jim, I'm going to come down there. Give me a second.
Greg, can you hear me now? Terrific. All right. Thank goodness this is not a telecommunications forum and just a mere electricity in the future. But many thanks to everybody who's participating today in this Contemporary Issues forum. Thank you, Dr. Borum, for putting this together and the entire RPP team. I want to also say thank you to any members of the General Assembly that may be listening for them having authorized 3 additional positions for Research Policy and Planning Division, because we are living in the most dynamic period of time in energy transition. I'll just use a few statistics to illustrate that. Just 10 years ago, Indiana's coal power generation made up 76% of the state's fleet. Natural gas was at 7%. Nuclear energy accounted for 9%. 2.9% was wind, and 4% was all the rest. Today, coal represents 47% of the fleet generation, 29% coming from natural gas, 11% nuclear, 9% wind, and 4% other fuels. And Indiana is the 4th fastest growing solar state in the country, with the amount of declinations that we have authorized here at the commission, which just accentuates how dynamic things are. Along with our partners in the regional transmission world, they are working on sloping the demand curve in the capacity market, paying for dispatchable characteristics in ancillary services, seasonal accreditation, and scarcity pricing to pay those who show up when the system most needs them. This is a testament to how dynamic things are in the regulated world. Our Research Policy and Planning Division is vested with the responsibility of integrated resource planning. The General Assembly has given us a TDSIC statute, and now we're also working to maximize coordination with local distribution planning. And you're going to hear an incredible amount of that today. But here in Indiana, the General Assembly has also given us 5 pillars and for all of the utilities to be cognizant of and make sure that all petitions that they have live up to it. Reliability, resiliency, affordability, environmental sustainability, and stability. So under that backdrop, get ready for some very great discussions. Thank you to our folks who are participating from Minnesota. We very much appreciate them being on board today. And I'll turn it back over to Dr. Borum for the rest of today's program. Thank you, Dr. Borum.
Thank you, Chairman Houston. Let me get a few housekeeping matters out there. For those of you watching on the YouTube, please use the chat feature to submit questions. I know in the years past, we've had problems with that where some people it worked just fine and other people, for unexplained reasons, it didn't. But please give that a try. We have it set up so that someone on staff is monitoring the questions and they will feed them to me so that we can ask the questions. If that does not work for whatever reason, what we will do is what we have learned from the past is just shoot me an email with your questions. And my email address is BB, so it's two B's, so it's BBORUM@urc.in.gov. So again, that's BBORUM@urc.in.gov. And if somehow or another we butcher your question, please let us know and we will try again. And I will throw out there if you do have questions and we can't get to them or we mess them up, submit them to us. And what we will do is we will try to have the speaker provide an answer that we will, later, probably next week or something, when it's convenient for them. And then we will try to post the information on the web responses on the website if we can. So I don't think we'll have to do that. It's not been an issue in the past, but I put that out there just as a fallback. With that, I also would like to thank the people who really provided input into this process. First of all of the speakers. Again, I appreciate all the time and effort that this takes, not just the time to present, but there is a certain amount of preparation time, even if it's a speech or a presentation you've used other places. You need to think about how you're going to modify it and use it for our circumstances. So it does take time and effort to do that. I would like to thank the Citizens Action Coalition for input into topics and speakers. Of course, American Electric Power and I&M for their willingness to put forward speakers. I can't thank you enough for your willingness to help out on that stuff, because organizing something like this is it takes time and effort, and having good input from others is of great help. And of course, I want to acknowledge the considerable assistance of Lisa Schwartz from Lawrence Berkeley Labs. She is on vacation, which is good for her, right now. She has been very helpful in, again, the topics, but in potential speakers. And as everyone knows, we've had a very good working relationships with Lawrence Berkeley Labs in the past, and I hope that continues going forward. With that, I think I would like to turn it over to Anna Terwilliger, our first speaker from the Minnesota Commission, and I hope I did not mess up her name. Anybody who knows me knows I am terrible with names, so I need to be corrected, whenever needed. Just don't hesitate. But Hannah is a very knowledgeable person who her working hours are spent on distribution system planning matters for the Minnesota Commission. So she has a considerable amount of knowledge and experience that hopefully we can take advantage of here. So with that, let me turn it over to Hannah.
Thank you. And you did not butcher my name at all. So we'll take that as a good win for the morning. I will just start my slides here and get going. All right, everyone can see that, okay? I'm guessing, yep, okay, great. So like Brad said, my name is Hannah Terwilliger. I am an analyst coordinator for distribution system planning with the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. And I'll just note at the start that the ideas expressed here today are my own and do not necessarily reflect those of the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. Our commission speaks through its written orders. So Minnesota has a long-standing and robust integrated resource plan process, but with the increased focus and adoption of distributed energy resources, we realized that we needed a process to examine how utilities are planning for the distribution system of the future. And so this is really a part of our integrated systems planning through integrated resource planning, transmission system planning, and then distribution system planning. And so we have to plan for how to operate an electric system that has significant amounts of customer and merchant DER in order to ensure safety, reliability, resiliency, and affordability. And I think as we all know, the electric distribution grid is at a time of significant change. There's changing customer demands, new technologies, and evolving public policy that will drive increased deployment of new grid technologies and DERs. And the development of tomorrow's grid is already underway, and the investments that are being made today are going to influence the capabilities of that future grid. So how are we planning now to ensure that we are building a system that is cost effective, reliable for the future? And so we will need updates to the distribution system, and our distribution system in general is aging. And so as we're replacing old assets, how can we ensure that we're doing it in the most cost effective way to be ready for the future? And so that kind of led us to 3 overall guiding questions, which are up here at the outset of our grid modernization initiative. And that's, are we planning for and investing in the distribution system we'll need in the future? Are our planning processes aligned to ensure reliability, efficient use of resources, maximize customer benefits, and successful implementation of public policy? And then finally, what commission actions would support alignment of planning for and investment in the distribution system? So I want to start with just kind of a landscape of DER adoption in Minnesota. We've seen really rapid adoption of DERs over the past decade. We now have over 1 gigawatt of distribution interconnected DERs, and with the majority of that being solar energy. There's been a combination of changes to our state energy policy, lower costs of solar, and the largest amount of growth is from Xcel Energy's community solar garden program. We also are seeing really significant growth from customer-sited solar, especially among our cooperative and municipal utilities, which are not rate regulated by the commission. And so the level of adoption that we're seeing is really quite significant across all utility types and across the state, not necessarily just concentrated in the Minneapolis-St. Paul metro. We're also seeing an acceleration in the growth of electric vehicles. There were over 34,000 electric vehicles registered in Minnesota as of January 2003, and that's up over 5,000 from the same time in 2020. And so we're seeing the majority in the Minneapolis-St. Paul metro, which is Xcel Energy service territory and surrounding cooperative utilities. But again, we are seeing significant growth in the more rural areas as well. So that's just kind of an overview of what we're seeing changes in customer adoption that we want to make sure our distribution grid is prepared. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the process that the PUC went through to develop our integrated distribution system plans. We are now on the 3rd round of distribution system plans that will be filed on November 1st of this year. So that's coming up really quickly. But I'd like to think we've got a little bit of experience under our belt now that we've been through this a few times. And so I won't read through each individual step, but I think what's important to look at is kind of the phased approach that we took. So we started out with doing some workshops and reports. Oh, my apologies, my dog is barking there in the background. We started out doing workshops and reports that kind of did a lot of education and level setting for our stakeholders and for the commission. And that kind of helped us set us up to issue a 3-part questionnaire, which would gather specific data on our individual utilities. And then we got input from our stakeholders as well. And so this was a really critical part of our process where we asked detailed questions and requested answers on how, when, and to what depths we should tackle establishing a distribution system plan process. And so we got a lot of Minnesota specific and detailed information on what our stakeholders viewed as workable or not for our state and for the utilities. And we did really get comprehensive input from utilities and parties. And then that led to the staff development of planning requirements, draft planning requirements that we put out for comment, which then formulated our final list of distribution system plans that were established by commission order. And so this is kind of what our intended outcomes were. And what it really is meant to look at is how can we address oncoming challenges? Again, those changing customer and industry expectations are going to provide new benefits and opportunities, but also challenges for regulators and utility systems. We also want to ensure transparent utility investments. So the distribution planning is anticipated to help utilities be more resilient and accommodating, and to allow for more transparent evaluation of these utility decisions, especially as we're seeing really substantial increases to utility distribution system budgets to accommodate for new load from electrification, from aging system infrastructure, and then from other cost pressures. And then the final part is looking at staff education and getting the right questions asked. And so there's a lot of new terms, functionalities, interaction, and designs, and commissioners and staff need to be ready to understand and evaluate utility decisions, these new technologies and terminology, so we can make sure that we are having a proper oversight function. And so we need to be able to ask the right questions and just know the different terms that we're going to be seeing from utilities in their plans. And so these are some of the desired outcomes that we saw for that, which will show up in our distribution and system planning requirements. And so these were some of our early staff lessons learned as we went about developing our distribution system plans. And so we said that any planning process should really be informed by stakeholder input. And I think that was why we focused on doing the questionnaire at the start to start out with what are stakeholders and utilities looking for. We love the word iterative in Minnesota. We like to say that you're not going to set something that will be the way that we do distribution system planning for all time. We're going to improve with each cycle, have clarifications as we learn more about what works and what doesn't work. We want to bridge knowledge gaps, have realistic expectations, really emphasize looking at cost-effective solutions, and then of course be tailored to each utility's individual system needs, and they all operate their distribution systems somewhat differently due to different customer profiles. And I think most importantly, we don't want this to in any way impede a utility in their need to plan and act on distribution system investments. So this is meant to be a tool, but not an extra step or burden that would prevent a utility from making timely, smart investments. And so our distribution system planning process was initiated by a commission-led investigation. There is no statutory or state or governor-led mandate. So the commission staff started by opening up individual investigation dockets for each of our 4 rate-regulated utilities. Those range in size from Xcel Energy, which is over 1 million customers, down to Otter Tail Power, which is a very small investor-owned utility of 60,000 customers in rural western Minnesota. And we have 1 rate-regulated distribution co-op as well. And so we created these planning requirements by commission order, which gives us a lot of flexibility for processes to adapt to each utility, and then we can modify them as needed. And we have modified some of our requirements as we found out what worked or didn't work. And so staff proposed these draft requirements back in June of 2018 for comment. And then we considered the ones for Xcel in August of 2018 and late 2019 for other utilities. And then that led to them filing their first plans in 2018 and 2019. So these were our distribution system planning objectives. And these are meant to stay consistent over time. These are high level goals for the commission. And so the filing requirements, which I'll touch on in a minute, are more detailed and are iterative. And those are what change as we learn more about what information is necessary to stay appraised of how utilities are planning their distribution system. But we really started with the idea that hopefully many of you are familiar with, the idea of integrated resource planning. What is the timing and type of generation, and where will it be located? And so this is the distribution system planning is relatively new, and we think about how the generation gets to folks and recognizes that the one-way flow of energy is no longer the only way that we can serve customers. And so the IDP is a way for our utilities to proactively plan for long-term reliability solutions and do so in a way that includes stakeholders in creating the plan, rather than waiting until it is largely set in stone and then showing it to stakeholders for feedback when there's little opportunity to kind of change that plan and that input. So our distribution system plans are filed every other year, so November 1st of odd numbered years. And we have utilities submit a 10-year plan with a 5-year action plan. And our utilities must hold at least one stakeholder meeting prior to filing, and that can cover their distributed energy resource forecasts, their 5-year investment plan, and system capabilities at minimum. In practice, our largest utility, Xcel Energy, holds many more stakeholder meetings on a variety of topics. And then in the orders filed on the IDP, sometimes the commission has ordered additional stakeholder meetings on specific topics that we'd like to see the utility flesh out. So one of the pieces, for example, is we required our largest utility, Xcel, to make a compliance filing with a summary of its stakeholder process in this year's coming IDP. So we can see how they are listening to different stakeholders and incorporating that feedback into their forthcoming plan. So our filing requirements are grouped into 6 areas, but each IDP is tailored and specific to the utility, and we do expect those to diverge over time. So we have baseline data, and that includes system data, so how many substations, how many transformers, that kind of information. Financial data, what do the budgets look like, both historical and forward-looking. And then how many distributed energy resources are on the system. So how much rooftop solar, how much demand response, energy efficiency, really wide ranging, I would say, definition of DERs. We have a section for hosting capacity and interconnection. So that's looking at how much distributed energy resources can be interconnected to the system and how is the utility's interconnection process looking. We have DER future analyses and scenario planning. And so this is our forecasting section. So this also includes load forecasting. And we're starting to get with Xcel Energy into now feeder level forecasting of peak load that they kind of see into the future. The long-term distribution system investment plan, that's what are their grid modernization investments that they expect, other types of initiatives, what are they doing to prepare their distribution system for the future. We require a non-wires alternative analysis for large distribution system projects. And then recently we combined our transportation electrification plans with the integrated distribution plan because they are really linked and similar, and we don't want to be siloing different types of DERs just due to their technology type. We want this integrated holistic look at the entire system. So I'll go over some of our early lessons learned on our filing requirements. And the top line takeaway from this is that IDPs are an iterative process. We've had changes to our IDPs, and these will continue as we evolve and learn more and need change. So a big thing is utilities have concern about what data is public. And so we really have to strike that balance between getting knowledge, but also protecting the grid with cybersecurity. And this is not limited just to our distribution system planning process, but also to other types of dockets as well. And so we have separate commission investigations looking into how we can ensure cybersecurity. Utilities have ways that they are already thinking about budgets. So we really needed to work to ensure consistency within utility categories when we're looking at our budget categories for financial reporting. I would say it's also really important to make sure we're getting data that's useful, explain how we're going to use it. We don't just want data for the sake of data. We can always add more later, but sometimes you can get overwhelmed with the numbers. And so I think taking a close look at the information to make sure you're getting things of value that are going to contribute to how you're going to evaluate utility investments. On our investment plans, the big thing here is, again, ensuring flexibility. This isn't set in stone, and I should have said at the outset, but we don't approve our distribution system plans, we accept them. So that means that they are informational, they're meant to build knowledge, but we're not saying, okay, this is approved and you can go off and spend the money. That's still done in a traditional rate case proceeding. But this is an area to kind of explore in more depth before you get to kind of the really all-encompassing rate case, which can be pretty overwhelming with the amount of information and decisions that need to be made. But this gives us a general idea of where the utility is going. And we can know through their investments what they're planning and help provide direction. And so that does help inform the commission ahead of the rate case. So this deeper dive and learning opportunity outside of a long litigated complex rate case process where there's a lot of focus that's going onto a lot of different areas. For hosting capacity and interconnection, our largest utility, Xcel, has a pretty advanced hosting capacity map, but our smaller utilities are not really at the point yet where that would be of as much value because they're just seeing much lower adoption levels of DERs. And so it's not something we require them to do. We want to consider when it's appropriate for utilities to invest in this and at what level, see what types of information system upgrades are necessary. But if it's not at that point in time, then it's not worth expending ratepayer dollars on something that would have little added value. And then I would say a really important piece for us has been standardized interconnection reporting and just standardized reporting in general to ensure that we're using terms and forms that are similar across utilities. And that can also be addressed if you're doing an interconnection update for distributed energy resources. On our DER futures and scenarios, I think you'll see a recurring theme here is that definitions are important. And so how are we defining what is a medium scenario for DER adoption? What is a high scenario? And this doesn't necessarily mean that we're saying you must adopt this level of DERs. We want to plan for a range of futures to ensure that the distribution grid is ready no matter what level of customer adoption that we're seeing. And so we want to consider what types of DERs are you having forecasted? Is it just solar energy? Do you want battery storage? Do you want the utility to be forecasting demand response or other load flexibility? And then also have information on what utility planning tools and data are available. It might be that a utility isn't able to forecast down to the substation or feeder level with their existing tools. And so deciding at what point in time it's appropriate to start doing that. Again, it really depends on the utility and what rate of adoption they're seeing. On our non-wires alternatives, this is another area where we figured out that we need to have like an appropriate screening criteria to make sure that we're not requiring utilities to do too many analyses. So we decided on a threshold of $2 million to kind of look at that non-wires alternative evaluation. And again, you'll see some of these repeated themes, making sure that you're having correct assumptions about what cost DERs are, what are your depreciation rates, things like that you're using, and then what utility planning tools and data are available. I thought I'd take a minute to talk about why we merged our transportation electrification plans with our integrated distribution system plans. This is kind of part, again, of our overall integrated system planning efforts. So the commission started out with separate transportation electrification plans, or TEPs and IDPs, but in 2022, the commission merged them together. And that's because we want to take a more holistic look at grid planning and how EVs and electrification just in general are going to impact the grid instead of having siloed proceedings. And so what we heard from one of our stakeholders, the Department of Commerce, which is our at the state energy policy advocate, is that combining utility TEPs with IDPs is likely to improve the efficiency of our regulatory proceedings, as these are substantially linked to one another, and over time they're likely to become inextricably linked. And so the time savings that may accrue to analysts and will really result in better allocation of limited resources across our regulatory proceedings. And so what we did is we also saw a lot of overlap in information that we are collecting in both places. And so we have our baseline information on transportation electrification planning into our IDPs. We have a separate TEP section that kind of the utilities can outline their plans on what they're thinking on electrification of the transportation system. And then we also did have new legislative requirements that changed what our TEPs look like, but they did align with the commission's decision to merge the TEPs and IDPs together. And then, of course, another really important aspect of our integrated systems planning is how the IDPs and the IRPs fit together. And so in our in a recent this should say IRP order and not in a rate case order, we set out some objectives to better align these planning processes. And the goal is really to be consistent between them, not to have everything be exactly the same. And so what I would say is, for example, in the IRP, we're setting our overall system targets for DER adoption. How much demand response, solar, batteries, et cetera, do we think are going to be interconnecting with the system? And so you're setting, you know, a large megawatt number, or kind of like how much are we going to see overall. But in the IDP, we're planning where on the system those resources can go and evaluating the potential for increased DERs in the next IRP. And so this is, it's a cycle, it's not a straight line. They can both inform each other. And it's not, it's about forecasting what the market is doing and what we expect customer adoption to look like, taking into account state energy policy, directives, or any legislative mandates that we might have. And so the IDP also overlaps with the rate case. We're starting to look at how can we determine the policy in the IDP, but the cost recovery, of course, remains in the rate case. And this is a newer initiative, and we're still working through the process. But thinking about things like proactive upgrades for electrification, for more in-depth policy discussions than you could have in the rate case. And so I think that that's going to be what we focus on moving forward, is how can we better have an integration of our different planning processes to ensure that we've got a reliable distribution system for changing customer needs and expectations. So thank you so much for having me today, and I'm happy to answer any questions, or feel free to send follow-ups as well.
We'll see if there are some questions that come in, but I'll ask maybe some I don't know, more process-oriented questions and stuff. Just out of curiosity, I mean, what is staff's role in the stakeholder process? And I mean, are you full participants, just observers, or how does that work? Since
Yeah, so
there's a hearing process involved at the end, but as you said, you accept the documents, rather or the commission accepts the plans but does not approve the plan. So does that somehow limit your involvement or channel it?
So the way that the Minnesota Commission is set up is the Department of Commerce is like our commission staff equivalent. So they're the ones that are weighing in with recommendations and suggestions on the utility's actual plan. And our role as staff is to be advisors to our commissioners. And so in the initial stages, and we were coming up with the filing requirements, staff was much more involved in running the stakeholder process and drafting those filing requirements and then putting them out for comment. But now, if we are sitting in on a utility stakeholder meeting, we're functioning more in an observational role. We might ask some clarifying questions, but our goal is really to take the stakeholder input that we get, summarize that, present it to commissioners for them to make a decision. So it just has a little bit to do with how our regulatory process is set up. But at the outset, it really was a staff-led initiative to kind of hear from the stakeholders and then compile and take that feedback into our draft planning requirements.
Okay, then you discussed earlier that you had to bridge knowledge gaps. I guess it would be helpful to know up front, who were some of the participants in this process besides the Department of Commerce, as you said, your the commission staff, and then the utilities, of course. Who were some of these other participants? Have the stakeholder kind of evolved in terms of who actually participates? And then what early on, what were some of the, I don't know, the knowledge gaps that had to be bridged, and how did you go about that? Because I can imagine that would, if it's anything like the IRP process, it took a while to bridge those knowledge gaps, and it was, to use your word, an iterative process. It worked well, but it was slow. So I know that's probably a big question, but it's just something that crosses my mind.
Yeah, we have really broad stakeholder participation, especially for Xcel Energy. So it is the Department of Commerce. We'll have our Office of the Attorney General, which is the residential and small business advocate. We have environmental organizations, solar developers, our large industrial groups, other consumer and low income advocates. So it really is a pretty broad and involved stakeholder community. And then I think bridging the knowledge gaps, a lot of it is just reading the IDPs themselves. I mean, these are lengthy documents. They can be 200 to 300 pages long. And it's just even just asking follow-up questions or going to, I know it's great that you're working with Lisa Schwartz. I think that LBL has been a really fantastic resource for us as well. And, you know, when we did our distribution system planning, Minnesota was one of the earliest states to do it. And so we really were in many ways kind of leading on that. And so to the extent that we could, talking with other commission staff and other places to kind of learn what had worked well. But because we were so early on in the process, a lot of it was just kind of that learning by doing, asking utilities follow-up questions. And then I think just through the initial stakeholder meetings, we did have experts come in and give presentations. And that was really a useful way to learn more as well. Oh, you are on mute.
Sorry about that. I'm moving between multiple screens, and my cursor just sometimes gets lost. My blame, I'm sure, my fault. The question that came in was, what was the timeline for implementation of the Minnesota IDP process? A, to get to a rule and orders, and B, from a rule order to utility implementation.
So our initial kind of approach started in March of 2015, and then it went through 2018. But I would say that our actual kind of real development of the planning requirements went from 2017 to 2018, so about 1 year. The first kind of 2 to 3 years were a lot of stakeholder meetings, just level setting, the informational component. And then we had approval in 2018, and Xcel Energy filed their IDP on November 1st of that year. And our other utilities, they were approved in late 2018, and their first IDPs were filed in 2019. So about a year. And now we get them filed every other year. So those will come in on November 1st, and we'll probably have commission consideration of them in the late spring to early summer, for them to be evaluated, because they are really lengthy documents, and now we're starting to grapple with more complex policy questions. We want to make sure that there is sufficient time for stakeholders to read and evaluate and weigh in. And this is done through an informal proceeding, which means that there is not an administrative law judge. You do not have to have legal representation. Anybody can kind of weigh in, and it's not through a formal contested case proceeding. Our rulemakings in Minnesota, they're not fast, and so that's why we've done this by commission order instead of as a rulemaking. Some of our rulemaking can go like 7 years, 12 years. And so that's not an efficient way for us to develop things that we're going to need to be changing as system needs evolve.
Let's see. I don't know if anybody else has questions, but let me put out another question, just process wise, in terms of how you envision this. Is the transportation plan submitted with do you see the transportation electrification plan being submitted at the same time as the distribution plan? Or since it's such a big input as you see going forward into the distribution system planning process, is the transportation electrification plan kind of put out there for public review somehow ahead of the distribution plan development? So is it kind of concurrent, or does one, I mean, obviously the transportation electrification has to feed into the distribution plan. So to some degree, it has to be out there for review or input from others ahead of time. It's just, how does that process work?
Yes, this will be the first year that we're doing it this way, so it'll be a little bit of a learning experience. But I think what we see is we want there to be a consistent forecast, for example, and so the forecast should be the same no matter what's going to be in there. And then anything that would be kind of approved or looked at through the transportation electrification plan would feed into the next distribution system plan. So they will be evaluated concurrently. I think one of the big issues we're looking at this year is cost allocation for distribution system upgrades for distributed energy resources. And so we don't want to look at, on one hand, for transportation electrification, but then on a different hand for solar. We want to be able to evaluate that together and say, like, what is the most equitable policy across different DER types, and make sure that we're not having different policies just depending on what different technology type is being used. And so we did have a legislative change this year where utilities may now submit transportation electrification plans for approval, and that kind of instead of acceptance. And so that is a little bit of a change that we didn't envision. But I think what we'll likely see is the transportation electrification plans are looking at things like managed charging rates, make-ready infrastructure upgrades, demand charges for commercial charging. And so those will be a little bit of a different evaluation process, but we can still have a holistic look at how are the plans or those proposals for programs, how does that impact the overall distribution system plan? And, are we going to see a really big increased need for transformer upgrades? Or are the managed charging plans going to help us avoid additional upgrades because you're going to be charging off peak and better optimizing the system usage?
Let me ask similarly, I guess, the question about the IRP process. I mean, obviously you're trying to sync the distribution plan and the IRP, the broader IRP process a little more closely. I mean, do you see, again, kind of concurrent, or one is done and then as provides input into the other in terms of how it's handled procedurally at, before the Minnesota Commission? Again, it seems like it almost has to be dealt with concurrently.
So those wouldn't be dealt with concurrently. They are on different time cycles. I think if you kind of think the last slide that I had without resharing it, I think the most important piece is that our utilities are using consistent methodologies for their forecasts between their plans. And they not all of them have been historically. And so making sure that you're using similar planning assumptions, but I see them more as informing one another. And so if they have a forecast and the forecast says we expect, 100 megawatts of customer sited solar in the next 20 years in the IRP, and that's kind of what the forecast is, we'd want to take that and say, okay, where on the distribution system are these 100 megawatts going to go? Where are we kind of forecasting that down to the feeder level? How is that going to impact where we see distribution system upgrades? And so it's taking that really high level system optimized number from the IRP and then planning out exactly how we're going to get there and make sure that we're doing it in an efficient way through our distribution system plan. And then likewise in the distribution system plan saying, hey, we've kind of planned out, here's what the electrification forecast looks like, for example. And so that's going to need 20 extra megawatts of generation to meet increased EV charging load or electric water heaters. And so that's where they can feed into each other. And so on the IRP and IDP, I would say those almost not being concurrent is helpful because of that more cyclical nature. Unfortunately, they're about 4 months apart this year. So it's not the best timing, but that's something that you can't always avoid in the regulatory space when things get filed and come in.
Well, I mean, I definitely appreciate the complexities of trying to manage just one of these processes, much less trying to start trying to bring them together in a little bit more coordinated fashion. So it definitely will be a learning experience for you guys and us as we go down this path. But I definitely appreciate your insights into this. And oh, I think one other question just came in. Let me see if I can figure out where my cursor is here. The question is, what do the Minnesota utilities see as the principal benefits for them of the integrated IDP TEP process going forward?
So our utilities loved that we combined these. They were extremely happy because it cuts down on the number of filings that they have, especially because in a lot of our baseline data, there was a substantial amount of overlap. So the utilities really see it as a regulatory efficiency move. And our utilities with the distribution system plans, they have come to see the value in really helping inform the commission and stakeholders about these very complex topics, and that can help to make the rate case and other evaluations go more smoothly. And so I think that the combination of our TEPs and IDPs was something that was a really good win for everybody, and there was a lot of consensus on that.
Okay. We have a question from Dale Thomas. If you want to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, Hannah. This is Dale Thomas with Commission staff. I thank you for your presentation, very in depth. I guess I was kind of interested in the follow-up to the last question, and that is, does Minnesota envision using the distribution plans as a component of their performance-based rate making as that comes along? Are the utilities looking at metrics that might be developed from the distribution planning?
Our performance-based rate making docket, I would say that we're trying to more keep the metrics in there, but of course, what's going on in the distribution system plan is informing that. If you think about like our reliability metrics, for example, right? Like those are going to be influenced by how much the utility is spending on tree trimming, on strategic undergrounding, things like that. And so what we see with our performance-based metrics docket is that is the location where we are getting the actual metrics, we're setting targets, we're setting goals, but that's not the docket where utilities are implementing the solutions to improve the outcomes and metric performance. That's going to happen somewhere more like in the rate case or through a transportation electrification plan through the IDP. And so I think of our IDPs and other plans as that's the action docket that'll influence those metrics. That said, we have started with a lot of our grid modernization initiatives to require utilities to file really advanced, I would say, or really extensive metrics for the performance of those grid modernization investments. And that could end up being part of what's contingent on cost recovery, is kind of hitting those targets and goals that they outlined in their cost benefit analysis and in their petitions to say like, hey, we expect to see O&M savings of X%. And so if you don't hit that or you're not realizing those savings, how are we evaluating what the overall cost recovery is going to look like? And I've got a couple colleagues who are much more knowledgeable on what the actual metrics and benefits we've set are, but we are starting to see to really look at for grid modernization. So things like FLISR, fault location isolation, and service restoration, setting metrics on that for performance.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions at this point. So I think you've taken us right up to almost 11 o'clock, which is, you couldn't have done it any better in terms of using your time efficiently and providing some good information for us. So I want to thank you for your helping us along here, and hopefully you'll have a good rest of the day and an enjoyable weekend.
Great,
So
thank you so much.
thanks again.
Thank you, Hannah.
All right, I think our next speakers are online here. At least I saw some of their names earlier, so I assume they're here. Let me see if I can find my cursor again here. Yeah, I see the AEP people here. So let me introduce them, and then I will turn it over to them and let them tell us where they are in this journey to a more fully integrated planning process. But the speakers here are with American Electric Power, and it's Greg Solar, Nicholas Kohler, and I don't, is it Jomar Perez Ramos? Or again, if I mispronounce any of those, please correct me so I can at least say when I mess them up in the future that I'm just an idiot. So, because I will, but and they are going to talk about their not just INM's journey, but AEP's journey across their system. I'm sure their journey to a more fully integrated planning process. So, with that, let me turn it over to them.
All right, thank you, Dr. Borum. Hi, everybody. My name is Greg Solar. I'm going to initiate our conversation, and let me share my presentation here and kind of get into it. Let's see. So what I'd like to do is really walk us through where we are in our journey. We started this journey back in 21, and as we just heard, and it's a complex process. There's a tremendous amount of complex processes in and of themselves between distribution and transmission planning, as well as the resource planning. And we've learned a lot over the last 3 years, and what I hope to share with you is where we are, what we've learned, and some of the complexities that we're actually working through that we just heard about, and how they're really trying to even support some of the 5 pillars that Chairman Houston even raised at the beginning of this conversation. So appreciate your participation with us on this. To just reinforce just to reintroduce us, my name is Greg Solar, and I'm a resource planning manager with AEP. And with me is Nick Kohler. He's with our transmission planning folks. Okay. I think there might be let me see if I can get my audio working better. Not sure. Control. I don't know. Is this? I was just getting some feedback that I don't know if people could hear me. Can folks hear me now? Let's see if that is any better.
I can hear you.
Okay.
So
All right. So thank you, folks. I apologize. With me was so I'm Greg Solar. I'm a resource planning manager with AEP, and we support our operating companies, including INM. With us today, as well as Nick Kohler, director in our transmission planning group, and Jomar Perez, also director in our distribution planning group. What we hope to share with you is some of the insights we've learned over the past 3 years, as we've really tried to embrace our evolution towards a more integrated plan, as opposed to the resource plans that we've traditionally been doing. A little bit of overview. I think many folks, but I'll just do a touch point on INM. We have over 600,000 customers we serve with over 4,000 megawatts of capacity of various types. We're members of PJM, and within that, we also managing over 4,000 miles of transmission lines and nearly 21,000 miles of distribution lines. So we're operating both in Indiana and Michigan as part of the INM operating company. Additionally, we have many other operating companies across 11 different states. And our approach to integrated planning, we are working to make sure this is consistent across all of our operating companies. So, what I'd like to talk about today really is what we've learned as we've been working through this over the last 3 years, and where we are in this journey. And I use this word journey because it is a multi-year. We've got several years, and it's somewhat of an evolution. I'd like to talk about the catalysts, which I think has already been touched on. Some of the current efforts that we're doing, and really a lot of what I'll talk about is the transition challenges that we are working to tackle actively now. Some of these were raised in the previous discussion. I'd like to give some context to the things we are trying to work through specific to that as an integrated utility. And then after we get through that, I'd like to bring on Nick and then Joe Marr to talk a little bit more specific about some of the transmission planning efforts that we do internally, and it really is as an effort to make sure all of our planning efforts internally are aligned, and we can leverage them across the different efforts. So let's talk from our perspective, the evolution to why we're going down this integrated planning approach. I think a lot of this was raised, but I'll start with the context that we have this large growth, both in renewable energy resources, both utility scale as well as customer sided. But then we have the distributed energy resource options, and those have been growing, and we expect those to grow even faster as FERC 2222 begins to mature and we start seeing more advanced type resources under that. So we fully expect that. We need to make sure that we're ready to evaluate that in our full analysis. We also have, and to what Chairman Houston talked about, there's a need to maintain that system stability. We've got more variable resources coming in. The entire system stability is something that is critical that we have to make sure is actively looked at. So we know that has to be addressed. So in order to accommodate all that, we fully believe that the only path forward is to make sure we have a fully integrated planning process that can address these things holistically. All the while we're looking at them as part of the individual planning process, both distribution, transmission, and resource planning. So that's really the catalyst that drives us, that's started us down this journey. And I'll just touch on it. Just a couple quick graphics. This grid of the past, as I'll call it, which was we had a lot of base load, intermediate load, load following, and that energy was delivered to our end users, and we would, as ratepayers, as users, we relied on that. We turn our light switches on, we could add our loads, and things were pretty stable for some time. But we've gotten to a point where there is a lot more complexity that's being added to the system. So much of this grid of the past, we're still retaining a lot of the core features of it, and a big part of that is that central generation remains paramount. We have a lot of power that's coming from our central generation. Now we have that trying to shift a little bit, maybe less from coal now, and obviously more from natural gas, as the statistics are showing. But in addition to that, we have the added complexities of the different resources, whether they be variable resources such as wind and solar. We have the community level resources and the distribution level resources, such as maybe charging. But then there's also this opportunity that we have to integrate in, is I think the term is being called more virtual power plants, where we're trying to take all these DERs that we're seeing the growth in, and now there's this opportunity to apply some technologies and aggregate those, and we know that that's coming. We want to make sure we're ready to understand how to properly quantify those, and that's going to take some time, both on our side to understand it at the RTO levels, to understand how to integrate it in, and we're going to have to address the flexibility side of all the distribution level resources. And then making sure we're able to apply the analytics and all the other technologies that gives us the information to properly integrate it into our full holistic planning, or the integrated planning approach. So that's the opportunity in front of us. We've embraced it, but what I hope to show you is how some insight to how deep that iceberg really is in the context of an integrated utility to bring it all together. It is a journey for us, like I said, and I'll give you some exposure. So a little bit about where we already are in previous IRPs, and some things that we're already actively doing, and just a couple touches. We've already embraced the idea of trying to implement energy efficiency as as an alternative resource in our IRPs. Try to make sure that gets economically selected so that our ratepayers benefit from that type of a demand side resource. We have demand response alternatives and resources. We have conservation voltage reduction, or we call CVR. These things help us to manage it at the demand level, manage our peak loads so that not everything has to be done necessarily from just a simple supply side type resource. The other thing we've been working through is actively working with our transmission group to understand, as more renewables come in, how do we understand what those costs are to integrate them into the system? There are congestion costs that we want to make sure we look at. There are network upgrade costs that need to be incorporated so that we are looking at the full cost and properly assessing things so that we have as much transparency into this and understanding of how all this ties together. Then we need to make sure that we are actively communicating back with our RTOs and sharing what our intentions are, and then that goes into their planning process. Additionally to that, we've got some integration of avoided capacity cost at our distribution level, and we're looking to expand that so that we can really represent the benefits of these demand side resources in our resource planning, so that we're capturing all the benefits and of things that can be done from an avoided level. Those are important so that we have a much more integrated process. And we're already taking that into account, and we'll make sure that we can add that as it's necessary, or as we can, as these new types of resources get defined. And then finally, the thing I'd like to also just identify is what we're doing in our load forecast. We know that DER and EV growth is happening in our regions, in our different jurisdictions, and we've been actively monitoring those. And although today, as a percentage of our total loads, we aren't seeing a high percent of the total, we certainly are seeing the high percent in growth, right? So that's definitely the canary that we're looking at here to make sure that we know how we're going to integrate that into our overall planning. And that's going to come into play more specifically as we work to integrate the distribution planning insights into the integrated planning approach. But already today, we've already are watching and integrating in some context the impacts of DER growth and then the associated EV growth. So that's what we're doing today. And I think this slide here that I'd like to talk to for the next several minutes, I'll say it does a good job, I think, to identify the areas that we've learned over the last several years, and what we're trying to tackle. And I will just start off with the idea that there's a pretty large iceberg, deep and wide, underneath these 9 boxes here. We worked with Charles River Associates a few years back to really look at the different planning processes between resource distribution and transmission planning. And we had to make sure, in order to have an effective integrated plan, we needed to make sure that we had all the right components that would be able to get aligned. So in order to do that, we had to first understand what everybody already was doing, what each of our planning groups were doing, and then what we needed to do to bring those together. So what I'll do is try to talk a little bit about each of these boxes to offer some context. And then after that, I'll turn it over to Nick and then Joe Marr to talk a little bit more specific on the transmission and distribution planning processes. So this first box here up in the top left, this common planning criteria, what I'd like to share is, in order for us to make sure that we have um, the commonality amongst our different planning processes, we have to ensure we have similar objectives where to share. These objectives might be just like Chairman Houston talked about with the reliability, and the affordability, and the sustainability. But we also have to start bringing in the stability, I guess the resiliency aspect to it. We've got other rate stability components to this that cross different boundaries. So those are going to be critical for us to make sure that our planning processes are all driving for some common objectives. The next thing we have to do is make sure that when we start looking at scenario planning for our different planning processes, we have some commonality there. Understanding what those DER growth scenarios might be are going to be critical, not only from the integration at the integrated plan, but also at the distribution level, for instance, to make sure that's properly accounted for. So those are some of the things that we identified, and we're still working through to get those consistent amongst our planning groups. There are going to be some specifics that are maybe higher priorities than others, but at the end of the day, we need to make sure we have a consistent set of planning criteria. From the conditions external to AEP, we're talking more along the lines of what's the electrification loads going to be? How does that growth happen? And then any associated emissions policies external that might be driving or influencing what our transition needs to be, how fast that transition needs to be. We need to make sure we're clear amongst our planning processes, we're consistent on those assumptions so that we're all working to a common set of understandings, and we can have similar growth rates and similar assumptions associated with that. So those are important things for us to be continuing to work on, and the fact that the distribution, the transmission, and planning teams, we are actively working together to make sure that we have a consistent understanding of that in our planning process. The load forecasting, we're just hearing from that, and this is just a foundational input to all the planning processes. What we're trying to do right now is really look at the complexities to make sure that the load forecasting we've done traditionally at the operating company level for our integrated resource plans really start to tie into the same type of load forecastings that distribution is using, and the basis for what transmission is also looking at. Where that complexity really lies is trying to break down that load forecast at the feeder level and make sure that the sum of the parts really equals that whole, and making sure we're all consistent. We've got a lot of information. There's a lot of new technology that's being integrated in that's going to help us. The tools and the methodologies that we are using to expand our efforts on load forecasting are complex, and we just have to walk a little bit before we can start that jog into being able to implement that. It's complex, but it's underway for us, and we are learning quite a bit. Over here on grid services, I'll talk a little bit about this. This is really a matter of us trying to understand how to use technology, and how do we take all of the other features and benefits of either the DER resources or our existing utility scale side services to provide the additional grid services and then the associated values those bring, so that we can support stability. There, the different ancillary services that are associated with storage and other DERs are things that we have to continue to work through and fully understand so that we can properly integrate those both in terms of the distribution level benefits, but also our integrated planning exercises so that we're bringing in the correct co-benefits across all the planning processes. Lots to learn on that in terms of how those get integrated. There's things to work through with PJ discussing that amongst us to make sure we can capture as much as possible. On the DER and the non-wire alternatives, NWAs, I think the opportunity there for us is really understanding the growth of the different resources that are coming online and the types of resources. We know what some of the traditional ones have been over the past several years, the expansion, the growth of rooftop solar, for instance. I think there are customer-side storage that's coming online. There are other non-wire alternatives that we also need to consider in terms of demand response and others. In addition to that, we have to make sure that we are aligned on the growth of additional aggregated DERs that is maturing, and that's information that's going to be evolutionary, I think. But as those resources become available and as we gain some insight to the growth and the types, we're looking forward to being able to integrate that into our planning process. The T&D uncertainty is that, to say it in a straight statement, but we have to really understand the siting of the different renewables that come into our planning process, and then how are those going to impact the grid at the transmission level and even the distribution level. So as more intermittent resources come on, we have the challenge to make sure that we are comprehending the potential for any congestion. What's the interconnection upgrade or the network upgrades that are going to be required to get those online, and make sure that all gets discussed at the RTO level, but also internally within our integrated planning processes, and continue to study that so that we can adequately put it into our planning. I think Nick can talk a little bit more about the transmission impacts of the growing renewables. From a grid vulnerability, as we bring in all the renewables, there are other issues that start to get exposed, whether they become extreme weather events, they are the availability of the intermittent resources, and how we address those both at the different levels of planning. We might do a nodal analysis in some, while we might have a much more regional analysis in other planning processes. We've got to figure out how we're going to properly address those across all the integrated planning processes. We're starting down that path, but we have lots to learn on it, and it's just going to take us a bit more time to have it fully integrated. These last two items I'll say are generally aligned. The model inventory and our data management system. The model inventory, we have several different models across the planning processes, and what we've been working through is to understand the commonalities and the differences between the two, and they have different priorities currently. We are looking to find the components that can be shared, and then how we can feed outputs from one process as inputs into the others. That's been complex. We are making progress on it. Load forecasting is a key part of that, but that's going to then flow back into the transmission analysis and the congestion, and how we can feed the inputs so that we're properly assessing all of the impacts that result from one planning process to the next. And then the last piece I'll talk about is our data management system. We've got to put our processes and our tools in place that can properly govern the data that we're using so that we are consistent and we can share that information across the planning tools. Right now, we've got good controls internally to the different planning processes, but as we work to a much more integrated planning, we need to make sure that we have the right systems and IT processes and tools in place to manage the significantly more complex and detailed data that's going to be coming from the evolution of our efforts. And if we don't start at the same time, we have a risk of really becoming a bit disorganized if we're once all this data starts to expand. So that's a brief overview, and like I said, this one slide, there's a pretty large iceberg underneath it. I hope I gave some appreciation for the work we're working to tackle, the things we're doing to tackle these. We're actively into it, but as I'll leave my final comment, it is a journey for us. It's going to take several years to truly get this, and as we go through our different integrated plans, whether it's a distribution planning or our resource plans, we'll continue to evolve those as our efforts to tackle these individual transition challenges evolves as well. So with that, I'm going to turn and ask Nick Kohler to jump on, and he'll pick us up and he'll talk us through some of the efforts he does in the transmission planning side.
Thanks, Greg. I just wanted to do a sound check. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you loud.
Excellent, thank you. So Greg touched a lot on what we do already and how we align the planning processes between resource planning, distribution planning, and transmission planning. Obviously, bringing these three planning processes together is what gives us a good direction in making sure that we're providing the most transparency and the least cost options when it comes to our IRP assumptions. Each of the three groups obviously is responsible for a different part of what sort of information we provide to each other in order to complete different resource analyses and transmission analyses, distribution analyses. Resource planning obviously is the ones that are providing insight to resource needs and existing resources. Distribution is looking at behind the meter generation, distributed energy resources, other distribution non-wires alternates, and potential resilience opportunities when it comes to distribution feeders. And then transmission specific to IRP efforts is looking at congestion and interconnection insights, providing that feedback both to resource planning and to distribution planning when we get those requests, both from a generator standpoint and from a load standpoint. Obviously, it comes with a congestion and a loss analysis that happens as part of that IRP, where we're looking at generic solar and wind locations and looking at congestion risk with that. And then as we continue and move forward into specific RFPs, we are also providing insight and input on what network upgrades are required and what that cost allocation looks like from a network upgrade perspective. Greg, if you go to the next slide, please. Taking a step back a little bit and looking at what the overall transmission process is, right? The AEP system is planned in adherence with the PJM planning criteria. We are a member of PJM. They are the registered transmission planner from a FERC and a NERC perspective. So we plan that system alongside of PJM, and those criteria are made up of NERC reliability standards, the PJM planning procedures, and transmission owner planning criteria as defined under FERC Form 715. Inside our 715, that aligns with the NERC reliability standards and the PJM processes, but that includes everything that is below 100 kV. PJM's perspective and responsibility is for items that are 100 kV and above, whereas AEP is looking at and responsible for the things that are non-bulk or things that are under 100 kV. All of our planning studies utilize the latest available PJM RTEP base cases. RTEP is the regional transmission expansion planning base cases, but obviously that includes a future look at where generation expansion locations are defined as through the PJM IPP process. And we're also including in that future look what the distribution forecast looks like. That would include any DER connections, any EVs that we've talked about, electric efficiencies. All of that gets built into the load forecast, which then is rolled into the PJM base cases that we're doing our transmission studies on. Like I mentioned, PJM evaluates compliance for all of these obligations from a top-down standpoint or from a regional standpoint, where they've got responsibility for the bulk electric system, not just for AEP, but for the entire PJM area. And AEP is looking at that from a local perspective or from the bottom up, where we're focused as much as we can be on our fundamental obligation to serve our customers and ensuring that they've got reliable transmission and service coming to them. The overall process results in, as you can see on this slide, 3 broad categories of projects that make up the overall transmission portfolio of projects. Is kind of what's there in the center. The first one I'll focus on here are baseline projects. These baseline projects are projects that result from NERC, PJM, or FERC 715 criteria violations. That also includes market efficiency and steady state load flow analysis. So PJM will perform those and identify criteria needs on the system. And then all of these get processed through a competitive window that's hosted by PJM annually, so that competitive developers can submit low-cost transmission solutions. PJM does that analysis, and then through the PJM board, they review and approve any and all baseline projects that occur on the PJM system. Supplemental projects, the projects that you see there in blue, are projects that are not strictly defined by NERC criteria. Rather, these are types of projects that focus more on our asset performance and risk, customer service types of projects, resilience, operational flexibility type of needs. In other words, so these projects help us meet our fundamental obligation to serve load by addressing deteriorating, poor performing assets and constructing new infrastructure to serve either new load requests or improving reliability for existing customers, whether that's through eliminating hard taps, addressing aging and deteriorating infrastructure that's poor performing and results in a lot of customer minutes of interruption, or any sort of resilience events that we might see on the system that require some sort of transmission solution. The last bucket here that you see is network upgrades, which are driven through the PJM interconnection queue process, or the IPP process. These types of projects are generally funded and are completely funded by the proposing developer of the generation. So these are when a generator enters the queue at PJM, PJM will do that analysis, identify any criteria violations on the system that are caused by that generator, and then the generator or the group of generators are responsible then for addressing those upgrades before they can connect into the system. Throughout the baseline and supplemental process, our needs and solutions are presented to stakeholders through a public forum that is hosted by PJM on a monthly basis. These meetings, we address the needs that we have identified on the transmission system, and then we also review the solutions to address those needs in front of stakeholders and allow for feedback and comments. And we'll review alternates, including any non-wires alternates that would be considered, and looking at how we're connecting in new loads and continuing to address the deteriorating system as assets continue to age or deteriorate. With that, I think that covers high level what is on our transmission side. So I'm going to turn it over to Jomar, and he is going to cover what we do for distribution planning.
Thank you, Nick. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, we got you.
Alrighty. So really the main purpose of the distribution planning process is really to identify and prioritize required work while we ensure that we're selecting the most cost-effective distribution system upgrades for the benefit of our customers, right? And there's 2 key steps in that process that continue to evolve as we continue to further integrate I&M's distribution and generation goals, as well as all the applicable processes. Those are the needs identification stage and the solution identification stage. So at the bottom of the slide here, we have a very high level process overview chart, which, as you can see, really starts with those 2 steps, the needs identification and solution identification. And at a high level, from there, we move on to subsequently scoping activities, prioritizing of those potential projects, and then the design and project execution activities. There are obviously a lot more details associated with these planning process steps, but at least this really gives you a high level idea of our approach. Next slide, please. Okay. So as I mentioned in the previous slide, right, the two key steps that I really want to highlight and discuss in more detail are the needs identification and the solution identification steps. In the needs identification stage, we are working to better align the inputs used in our load forecast across the generation and distribution space. For example, as Greg mentioned earlier, one of the things that we're working on is really that integration of EVs and that DER penetration. We're continuing to actively pursue the best manner and how to integrate that into our historical practices. And in the solution identification stage, what we are doing is we're trying to work more consistently in trying to identify and evaluate two types of opportunities here. One of them being the application of distribution connected generation and the evaluation of potential co-benefits of those applications. And second, the application of non-wires alternatives or NWAs with the primary focus of really addressing needs at the distribution level, but that could also provide co-benefits. And then lastly here, as we continue our journey, as Greg mentioned, because it is a journey to integrate our planning processes, I'm sure that we'll have to make additional adjustments in our current distribution planning practices and processes to really align better and make sure that we're bringing the most benefit and value to our customers. With that, Greg, I think I will turn it over to you for our summary and conclusion.
Yeah, I'll just finish up. So thanks, Nick. Thanks, Jomar. So just a few key points, and then we'll take some questions here. We talked about the integration of our three different planning processes: generation, transmission, distribution. It really is going to be an evolutionary effort as the industry matures. We're on that leading edge of that. So because it is evolutionary, it will take some time. All of our different processes are complex, and the need for us to be communicating and talking actively with each of the planning teams is critical. We're going to have to be very, very intentional, and we'll have to be very deliberate about any changes that we make. These are going to be influenced, I anticipate, through the various stakeholder meetings we have, as well as our internal conversations, as well as working with the different commissions and the RTOs. But they are going to take time, and we look forward to just tackling it. At the end of the day, we're going to be looking to have an integrated plan in the future that's going to not only address the optimal cost, but also the reliability that starts to share the co-benefits across the different planning teams. So having the inputs of each of our and outputs of our processes integrated should support that effort. And with that, we'll stop our comments, Dr. Borum, and open it up for questions.
Okay. Well, before I will let everyone know if we have some questions come in, and let me throw out there, it's a basic question here. I mean, what other AEP states right now have distribution system planning requirements that maybe have been informing your processes currently, or maybe even caused you guys to really, along with all the technology and the economics changes out there, are kind of channeled your thinking along this line. So how have these other state processes informed what you're doing and how you're going about it?
Jomar, I'll see if you can talk about it in terms of the distribution planning process. That might actually be helpful there.
I mean, I think the short answer is all of them. I mean, what we're trying to do, excuse me, is really the integration piece is really aimed enterprise wide, right? I mean, we operate in 11 different states. So what we've been trying to do is, constant collaboration with all of our operating companies and within all of our service territories to really come up with a consistent approach to all these integration processes that we have to do. So obviously each state is different. There's different regulations, but at least from an AEP perspective, we've been trying to at least stay consistent in how we approach the integration.
Okay, let me throw out a complication here. One area that I think that makes this even more complicated is how do the various models, or because right now the IRP models don't do a very good job of this, but how do you take into account the different type of rates that customers could be facing in the future, be they real-time pricing, time of use, other types of dynamic pricing? I mean, how does that play into these models and the capabilities and the data that you need to analyze that kind of uh, that impact there about how customers react to those, and then how does it impact the bulk power system planning, the distribution operations and planning, because and at what point it may impact how your operations people see something on the distribution system and into pricing, but then how does that play into how you incorporate that into the planning process? So I throw that out there just to make it even more complicated for you.
Yeah, I'll start a conversation on that, and Nick and Jomar can kind of support that. Certainly, the complication of how do you integrate the complexities of the distribution types of solutions, the transmission solutions, and the cost and how they to affect our load, right, our peak loads, and what's the co-optimized benefits. I would suggest a DR is a type of a resource, could be a hint towards that. We might have a time of use or a cost profile. We might have a load shape associated with that kind of resource that we can integrate in at the integrated resource plan. But then how does that work to affect the distribution plans when we're starting to look at feeder levels and the complexity associated with deferring some cost if we can reduce some loads on the different feeders? That would come back into some of the analysis, the resiliency and reliability analysis at the distribution level. So we have some opportunity, I think, and maybe Jomar can talk a little bit more how that gets assessed currently within the distribution planning process. And that's an example, Dr. Borum and others, I think, of some of the outputs that we're looking to better understand from the distribution planning process to be inputs into our resource planning process. And that's going to have an effect on the overall rates and the impacts to our customers when we start looking at the holistic. But maybe Jomar, if you want to talk a little bit more how your current process looks at those risks and tries to assess what you need to do from the reliability and resiliency side at the distribution level.
Sure thing, Greg, and unfortunately, it is a short answer because we're not accounting for that yet. We're really looking to see, what it would take to do that 8760 analysis, and I think that could perhaps open the door to answering some of those questions on the distribution space.
Yeah, I can appreciate the difficulties here because, when I look at how the system is, electric utility system operations and then the longer term planning processes are going, it's increasingly you're trying to figure out the interactions of how people react to technology, and then the different economic incentives that are out there, and then it's that iterative process, of course, because then that affects what you guys do. So it is a process that I can quickly tie myself into not thinking about, and it's it Because I mean, it does not only affect how your operations will occur both at the distribution level and the transmission level, but it does impact the planning and your investment and type of things you invest in. So, yeah, um, that's one of those things that on your chart there that impacts probably all of those areas there, all those little squares that you had up there is
Yeah.
impacted by that and faces a great deal of uncertainty because it's that human element in every one of those boxes that feeds into it. So I'll just throw that out there as a comment that I don't have an answer to it, but boy, I just see the human element being very difficult to deal with. And it is a major source of your uncertainty that somehow everybody has to figure out how they do it and deal with it and try to recognize it in their decisions. Let's see. I'm not seeing any.
You went mute. I think you muted there, but I think Doug.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any other questions online.
Doug has
right
his raised.
now.
Dr. Bourne, do you see Doug? I think he has his,
Oh,
his
no,
hand
I'm not
raised.
seeing anybody right here.
Looks like I see that Doug Gotham has his hand raised.
Okay, Doug, if you want to go ahead.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm curious as to kind of the time frame, the frequency of the analysis and so forth, a line between IRPs, transmission planning and distribution planning. I know for Indiana, you do a 20-year IRP every 3 years, but how does that kind of mesh with the other two?
Well, yeah. So I'll start with the IRP. You know, the 3-year analysis timing or cycle between our IRPs. Essentially, with all the different jurisdictions that we're in, we're pretty much on an annual cycle somewhere in terms of doing some IRPs. So that really drives us to stay consistently or constantly engaged with our transmission folks and even our distribution planning folks. And then with the RFPs that we do and how we take all of the RFP responses and we really integrate that in with some transmission insights. So we have a much better understanding of the impacts of some of the resources that are actually coming in and their locations. That helps to inform us. So by the time we get the next cycle of our IRP, we're another step forward in the intelligence we have that we can apply into the full planning process. Like you said, that the IRPs are that point in time. They're on a 3-year cycle, so we make the best estimate, given what we know at the time. Try to be as flexible as we can to be as up to date on those assumptions by the time we get through the modeling exercise. A lot of that transmission insight, for instance, not understanding, truly the rush to renewables and how much extra energy is going to be on that system in 2-3 years. We have to make some estimates about what that's going to look like, and transmission helps us to understand what those forecasts might be through their efforts of aligning with the RTEP and some other things. So, Doug, I don't know if that helps to address what you were trying to get to, but I'll stop and see if you want to ask for some clarification.
I think it does. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, I have one question that's come in from the YouTube chat box. What pace of integrated distribution and transportation electrification planning is required to assure system reliability given projected transmission congestion and EV penetration on the AEP system?
You might have to help me break that up, Dr. Borum. What pace of the electrification?
Yeah, it says what pace of integrated distribution and transportation electrification planning is required to assure system reliability given projected transmission congestion and EV penetration on the AEP system. So I think that what that's getting into is when do you start given the planning lead time for investments in this area, when do you have to start getting some of this planning in place, and then to put yourself in a position to make the appropriate investment or operation decisions to deal with what you see out there. Might be the impacts on the transmission and distribution system from electrification of the transportation sector, for example.
Yeah, I would start it this way, especially, you know, in I&M and in many of our jurisdictions, we don't see a enormous high load today, although we do see the high growth rate. So the fact that we're starting now, we started this several years ago, actually helps us to get things in place. So by the time we actually start recognizing the genuinely material impacts of the EV growth and the DERs that are going to that will inevitably be added to our system, you know, we would expect that we'll have some solutions in place from the integrated planning that can start to quantify that and get that in through the discussions and challenges and reviews with our stakeholders and the commissions. So I would say the pace we're on right now internally is exactly to address what we know is actually coming our way in a material impact here in sometime in the future. You know, question really is that material impact, is it 5 years away? Is it 3 years away? Is it 8 years away before it becomes that material impact to our loads and our systems and the changing dynamics of our system?
Greg, if I may, I will just add, right, that that actual adoption and growth will really vary based on the different demographics and different economic factors, right? But as you mentioned earlier, our planning processes are continuous, right? So as our forecasts are updated and become more mature, I think we will be able to focus on those areas of growing capacity need.
Okay, I don't see any other questions right now. And what I will do is thank you for your help here, and you providing your insights into this. And you're making me think that maybe my retiring in a few years is not so bad timing in terms of the complexities that we're getting into. So, but that's also the fun of it, just the complexity and the never ending, well, what I see is a never ending learning process. So with that, thank you again. And let me see if Sean, are you online? Let me see if Sean, are you online? Let me, if not, I can shoot him an email real fast and see. I hope he's not running into some of the difficulties we ran into earlier where you click on the WebEx link and they wind up being taken to a different location. Sean, are you available? Okay, like I said, I'll have to check to see. I shot him an email just to make sure he's not winding up in some odd location.
He joined the chat earlier and then he exited. So
Okay. Well, like I said, I shot him an email, so hopefully he'll respond. Let me see if I have a phone number for him real fast. What I have is, let me mute myself here so I don't telecast it to the world. Here, let me just read it to you here.
Right, I was just getting a call. Was that from you?
Yes, it is. Actually, it was somebody else that's helping me here to make sure I stay on point. So let me check, just confirm with him that you are online so that he stops pestering you with the phone call.
Okay, thank you. I guess we're running ahead of schedule here.
He's online now. All right, he shouldn't be calling you anymore. So,
Yeah, it would be distracting if I started going and then.
so let's without any further ado, why don't you introduce yourself and start your presentation, if you would, please.
Will do. I guess we're running ahead of schedule here, or did I mess it up? Got 45. You're on mute, Brad. Sorry.
I think we're pretty much on schedule. So
Nice. Okay. Yeah, I'm Sean Morash with Telos Energy. Telos Energy is a consulting firm. I'm going to be chatting mostly today about some work we did with the Energy Systems Integration Group that was funded through Department of Energy money and Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. So thank you for the opportunity to chat. I got a chance to look through some of the presentations from past years and even earlier today and later today, and was pretty excited about a chance to participate in this. It's a good group. What I'm going to be sharing today is, you should be seeing my slides now, is work from the Grid Planning for Vehicle Electrification Task Force. This was I mentioned it's an Energy Systems Integration Group effort. We are working towards publishing a white paper, but we're not there quite yet. So you're getting a sneak peek of what's going to be in that white paper. We've got a bunch of comments from the task force that I'm currently wrangling. The comments were due today. So you get the Sean version of these slides. They will be improved with task force input, I'm sure. So what are we going to be chatting about? I'm going to tell you a little bit about this task force, set the stage, provide some background on kind of where are we on EVs, get into what we've got as the 4 kind of high-level steps to grid planning, make a couple of process kind of discussion around how to think through all these different things, different use cases for vehicles, and try to leave 5-10 minutes for Q&A. All right, so about this task force, we assembled a group of, I'm going to say 50 to 60 folks. This was kind of vehicle manufacturers, grid planners, some regulatory folks, consultants, researchers from different national labs. We met monthly, starting about this time last year through about midsummer. And we got this relatively vague objective, right, which was to develop, evolve, and standardize best practices and next steps for grid planning for vehicle electrification. Most of our emphasis is on, was to be on distribution planning, but we want to consider kind of bulk and operational impacts. So with that, all right, best practices for grid planning for vehicle electrification. Man, that's pretty broad. So the first thing we had to do is figure out, like, how do we want to segment this? How do we even want to think about it? So we set ourselves up with kind of forecasting, what are the adoption rates, what's out there, our locational impacts, right? Where are EVs going to show up? And then our temporal aspects, which is when are they going to want to charge. And then finally, hey, let's make sure we kind of take a step back and make sure we haven't missed anything as we get into the kind of grid planning components. So first things first, let's make sure we're kind of on the same page on what vehicle electrification means, right? So it basically means change, right? We've got relatively flat demand growth over the last couple decades, thanks to energy efficiency, thanks to a variety of industrial changes, societal changes as well. But then we've also got this exponential growth for electric vehicles over the last decade, and that's expected to continue over the next decade. Talking about like 33 million electric vehicles. And this electric vehicle growth, this EV growth, is driven from customer demand, right? We've got a ton of, 38% of folks are willing to consider that. It gets even higher as you consider kind of younger generations, but also from public policy, right? Inflation Reduction Act, Infrastructure Act, money that is being driven towards ensuring EVs are affordable for folks and that the charging network is going to be built out. And if you're not convinced by customer demand and public policy, I think this one is fairly compelling, is about kind of the large pivots that large vehicle manufacturers have made. Each of those have contributed like $6 billion towards their research and development. And it's basically, that to me is the shifting kind of way in the sea, right? So let's put that 33 million EV number kind of in a little bit of perspective. You can do a little bit of math and come to, hey, that's about 1,200 gigawatt hours of storage. You compare that with our utility scale batteries that we've got planned through 2025, and it's like 10x what we're expecting for utility scale batteries. So it's this massive kind of opportunity, right, for us to think through kind of what are we going to do with all these distributed energy resources, all these EVs. It's the first time we've had this type of load growth really since air conditioning in the 60s. It's a load growth that shows up on the distribution side like this is different than a lot of what we've seen load growth look like over the last couple of decades, right? Where it's more data centers, more large manufacturing facilities. This stuff is showing up, dispersed throughout our kind of ecosystem. It shows up in a couple of different ways, right? We've got large regional impacts, right? I see New England's thinking about, hey, our energy needs are going to go up maybe 10%. But also, it shows up in localized kind of manner, right? So different communities are going to have different EV adoption rates. With large kind of variability around what our investment could look like to handle this amount of EVs. We're trying to set the stage though. So basically we've got this exponential growth in vehicles. What have the chargers been looking like? Have we deployed enough chargers at a commensurate pace, or are they lagging? So if we look at Tesla shared this graphic with us that if we look back to where we were in 2014, use that as a baseline, how have their kind of cumulative vehicles delivered grown over time versus how have the kind of public chargers grown over time? And you can see this wide gap that's showing up where, our public chargers are not necessarily keeping up with our vehicles delivered. And there's a case that, hey, not every vehicle needs its own charger, public charger. So there should be a gap, but there's a broader question of T&D infrastructure being a limiting factor to deploying more public charging, which means we're going to struggle with kind of getting, in some places, our vehicles kind of charged up. So we deal with this this kind of growing disparity between our charging network and our kind of public interest in our electric vehicle adoption. And we pair that with the timelines and decision-making processes for grid investments. So I really liked what National Grid put together here. This is a slide showing on the left their kind of lead times for substation and transmission assets, in addition to distribution assets, right? So you kind of identify, hey, even if we decide to build something today, it's going to take us a couple of years to put it in place. The kind of bigger the infrastructure, the more that will, the longer it'll take to build and become operational. And when they paired that with some of the load growth necessary for achieving, they've got some pretty ambitious kind of trucking timelines for in New York. And so when you pair kind of, hey, we know we're gonna have to build stuff. We know it's gonna take a couple of years to build. How do we make decisions today, given that we don't know which ones are going to be the, which fleets are going to be the early adopters, which feeders, which circuits are going to be overwhelmed first. And so we're looking at this kind of massive amount of uncertainty because we know that EVs are coming, but we don't know exactly where. And we know we got to make decisions today because of the amount of time it takes to build stuff. But the problem with making decisions today is that we're gonna have to live with it for a while as well, right? The kind of long life cycles for grid infrastructure contributes to this, like, I guess it's a problem of uncertainty, right? That we don't want to make these big decisions today and have them kind of miss a little bit. So I've also got on this slide kind of the question of, the two outcomes around underbuilding your grid, which could lead to kind of an unreliable grid, first of all, right? We're kind of risking not having enough capacity to feed, to meet demand. But also generally kind of stunted public interest in EVs or long wait times for charger installs. So these are genuine real risks. But on the other hand, hey, if we build a bunch of stuff, are we sure it's going to be utilized? Are we sure that the load factors are going to be relatively, aligned with recouping those investments? And then the question of who pays for that, right? Are kind of early adopters eating up the kind of available headroom versus folks having to pay for significant upgrades to meet future needs. So there's real questions here around who pays and under what circumstances. So with that, I think I don't need to beat industry folks over the head with EVs are a big deal, but I do think it's like helpful framing for our discussion because I think we're at a real precipice here for this stuff making a difference. We can look at exponential growth with really small numbers and kind of watch them away. But I think we're increasingly looking at exponential growth with really large numbers, with really high amounts of EVs on the system, to where as things continue to progress, that's a bigger challenge. So with that, let's get into our kind of 4 steps for grid planning. These are in no way meant to be comprehensive. There's a million sub-steps, but it's just a helpful kind of framing for what we want to chat through, what we think the key issues are. So first, we got to forecast, right? We got to figure out how much of these things are going to be out there. We got to figure out what are the impacts, right? When and how are they going to show up on a kind of day-to-day basis, and where are they going to show up on a kind of day-to-day basis. And then we've got to figure out what we're going to do with it from like a grid perspective, from our kind of what's our plan to address things. And finally, we want to make sure that we're kind of mitigating the largest impacts. And there's a real feedback loop between those bottom two, right? We're developing plans, but we want to make sure that we're developing plans that appropriately kind of prioritize investments that make sense, right? So we want to make sure we're using smart charging. We want to make sure we're doing kind of prudent investments in infrastructure that makes the most sense, given the kind of variety of options that are available. So we'll step through each of these in pretty decent detail as we get going. So our kind of forecasting question comes down to there's 2 or 3 things here that we want to make sure we're quickly identifying, right? So we've got our use case. What's the vehicle being used for, right? Not all minivans look the same. Not all buses are going to have the same charging pattern. So to the extent we can, when we're doing our electric vehicle forecasting, we want to make sure we're capturing how particular vehicles are being used throughout the year. Secondarily, there are questions around technology, right? So what's our assumptions for, hey, we've got an EV out there, but the old Tesla or the old Prius versus kind of GM's new Chevy are going to look a little different. In part, hey, we've got different batteries, which lead to different charging cycles, right? Maybe I needed to charge every day, whereas a 300-mile range battery, I don't have to charge every day. And then kind of the bigger question here about what do the future look like for this, around both sizing of batteries, but also around kind of how they draw power, right? Are we expecting folks to want faster and faster charging? And there's finally this kind of thought around different rates of charge across different rates around your state of charge. So let's say it's capable of pulling 200 kilowatts. A single car is capable of pulling 200 kilowatts, but it's not going to do that for very long. And so trying to understand kind of how those different rates of charge impact our kind of overall EV adoption or overall trend in forecasting for EVs. We've also got this kind of broader question of when, what year are they going to show up, and kind of staggering that for potentially different use cases, right? So our light duty fleet might have a certain trajectory, whereas our medium and heavy duty trucking might follow a slightly different trajectory. Maybe there's an inflection point for city or school buses as well. So we forecasted, hey, this is the suite of electric vehicles that we think are going to be out there along a certain timeline. But what does that mean for the grid, right? When are they going to charge? What's our even if we have a certain EV forecast that we're confident in terms of the types of vehicles, the range that they have, there's still a tremendous amount of variability in the timing. And so this is an area of high uncertainty, where your kind of variables and your assumptions around charging behavior can change dramatically. The overall impact on the grid. So we've got our kind of at-home versus public charging profiles. So based on kind of historical data, we can see that folks typically charge at home at night. They typically use public charging stations during the daytime. Right? That's relatively straightforward. Similarly, we can see kind of different profiles around weekends and weekdays, right? Folks are generally commuting more, traveling more during weekdays. And on the weekends, they typically do a little bit less, or the profile looks a little bit differently. terms of how they're charging. Then we get into a little bit more of strategy around, hey, if folks charge kind of as soon as they get home, suddenly they're contributing to the peak, energy demand on the system. If we can delay that charging, say, hey, yeah, plug in, but like, we're gonna make sure you're fully charged by the time you leave in the morning. We get a very radically different shape to their charging profile. And then the last thing I've got on here is kind of holidays and work days, and there's some kind of variability around which locations or maybe destination spots versus see a relatively similar profile throughout the year. So the biggest thing I'm trying to communicate with this slide is the high degree of uncertainty on timing. There are, we know what the variables are, right? At home versus public. We can do a little bit of categorization with kind of different strategies on that. We know that we can see that those have a large impact. And then the other note that I want to make sure I communicate on this slide is around the weather, and the impact that weather can have on kind of timing needs, right? So this is not just, hey, folks drive more when it's nice out. This is that, the battery charge efficiency can have a large impact when it's particularly cold. And then similarly, you're using your electric heat inside your car, it's going to drain your battery a little bit faster. So we look at our kind of charging needs very seasonally, based on, and weather's a key component of that. So that's timing. Then we're going to look at location. And when we talk about location, it's two things. It's topological kind of grid location. Are these folks charging at the premise? Are they charging at the various public charging stations, where those might be located? And then it's also geographic location, right? So certain communities may see different kind of charging impacts based on where they are. Kind of classic example here that made a ton of sense as soon as Eversource said it is, hey, when we look at Cambridge in Massachusetts, where there's a bunch of fancy universities, we see that there's a lot more traffic in the winter than there is in the summer. That's when students are in session. That's when professors are bustling around. They see kind of an opposite effect for Cape Cod. Summer vacation homes see increased traffic in the summer. And so there's a variety of kind of different ways that timing and location can show up. And we can get into kind of how to best think through those variables and some of the tools that are available from various like agent-based simulations that keep track of state of charge and kind of where things are going, where folks need to travel. But then even kind of heuristics or general rules of thumb around kind of how associated traffic patterns are with where people ultimately charge. So there's a high degree of uncertainty here, and that makes for this risk paradigm to be particularly challenging, right? Where we say, hey, we know that they're going to impact the grid, but there's certain challenges. There's all these variables with when and how they'll show up, with when and how they'll impact the grid. And so one of the things that really shines through as a best practice is the use of scenarios to kind of bound the problem space, right? So we've got all these different variables that I just walked through. We can't possibly kind of study each of them independently. And in particular, some of them are correlated, right? So we say, hey, folks are going to want faster charging. That means they're probably going to be less likely to embrace the kind of wait for delay charging until I'm ready to leave concept. So we've got some guidelines here on types of scenarios and kind of thinking through things. In particular, we want to make sure that we target the medium term, right? That some of our scenarios are not far future type of things where driverless vehicles are ubiquitous, right? There's kind of there's enough work to do in the medium term to kind of walk ourselves back from some of those future transportation overhauls. So that's particularly fun. Using scenarios here. One of the fun, I don't know if fun is the right word. One of the challenges with using scenarios, particularly addressing kind of vehicle electrification, is using scenarios kind of to study everything. So you wind up with this kind of, we're using multiple scenarios to study electric vehicles. We're using multiple scenarios to study photovoltaic penetration, maybe even scenarios around reliability events. And so we suddenly wind up with this kind of, large matrix of potential scenarios that can be challenging to handle. So we want to be careful not to get too carried away with, our kind of vehicle electrification scenarios, but we do, want to use them to kind of bound some of these problems that we're evaluating. All right, so we've got this. We've characterized our impacts. Hopefully, I've communicated that there's some uncertainty there, but we do know some things, and there are key indicators that we can reasonably make our best most informed decisions on. And so we've said, okay, we've got decisions that are going to show up in three general ways. Number one, kind of future ready plans. This is, I intentionally don't use the word make ready here because they show up in a little bit different way. We're not totally confident. We don't have to prepare for energization that a specific customer is looking for, so we have to make the grid ready. This is more, hey, we're thinking ahead. We're taking steps today to inform, make sure we're in a good spot in the future. We also know that there's certain places that are going to need upgrades kind of immediately. That hey, we can't wait for the effect of maintenance-based replacements to matriculate to address acute challenges, right? So we've got some targeted system upgrades that we know we're going to have to make. And then finally, hey, as we get discrete interconnection requests, energization requests, we're going to have to handle those. And so there's some kind of thoughts around that. Our overarching goal here with these grid plans and kind of some of the suggestions that I'm going to make is around integrating long-term study findings into our medium and short-term planning. So there's a real there's been a disconnect historically between our, we've got these long-term studies that show, hey, we're gonna have to integrate a lot of electric vehicles. We're gonna have to have X million dollars in new infrastructure to handle that. But then they don't make it into our medium and short-term planning processes. We can kind of leave those long-term studies, say, oh, that's interesting. Let me get back to my medium-term planning, my immediate kind of challenge. So with that, let's step through each of these. Our future ready plans. So this shows up in really it shows up in equipment standards and kind of design standards, right? So this is, hey, utilities across the country use equipment standards for to manage and streamline inventory, installations, engineering. They've got a standard set of equipment that everybody is comfortable with using. This can look like, hey, we've got our 12 kV system kind of everywhere. We don't have 12 and 9 and 15. We have, it's a 12 kV system. And then it also shows up in our equipment sizing, right? So what's the exact kind of size of the equipment to serve a certain amount of customers. So this can, effectively what we're suggesting is reevaluating those equipment standards, making sure that, hey, this has been the standard for a while. Is it suitable going forward when we've got electric vehicles? It might turn out that it's pretty suitable, but it also may be a subtle way to increase capacity on the system, or a kind of not so subtle way to increase capacity on the system, right? It may lead to some pretty wholesale changes in different places. So that's equipment standards. The thing that kind of underpins equipment standards that's maybe not discussed enough or is new to some is this concept of the diversity of loads, right? So we know that not everybody is going to cook dinner at the same time, and so folks can pull a maximum power that is maybe not their exact allocation of certain grid equipment. So it allows us to undersize grid equipment for the need, right? So because in this example, because Pat charges on Tuesday and Sam charges on Wednesday, we know we can size grid equipment for one EV. That's the really simple version of how diversity works. There are a variety of more nuanced kind of considerations here. But the bigger thing here is, hey, we've got this new load, electric vehicles. We've got to figure out kind of what the diversity of that load looks like. We've got to make sure that we design equipment that can support that, but also design our smart charging infrastructure, our smart charging programs in a way that doesn't overly burden certain grid infrastructure, right? We don't accidentally put everybody's charging on a certain day and our distribution equipment can't handle it. That could be challenging. On interconnection plans, right? So we're going to skip over the kind of targeted system investments in the name of time. On interconnection plans, the three kind of topic areas that we want to highlight are the need for maps and queuing processes around interconnection availability, energization availability is kind of hosting capacity for electric vehicles. But then also data standards. So we've got to articulate process and data requirements, have at the very least articulate what the process is to have a new public charging plaza. But then also ideally we would have kind of standard data that we know we're going to have to use, or that public chargers are going to have to provide. And then we've got a fun concept around kind of making sure that our learning from our rooftop PV situation where we some early initial rooftop PV installations went in with old inverters, and we realized, hey, we need smart inverters here to manage some voltage fluctuations. The example here is around frequency, where hey, if frequency droops, maybe we stop charging, maybe we limit our charging a little bit. So we've got some fun notes on that in our white paper that I'm not gonna let myself get into. We want to mitigate the largest impacts though, right? We don't want to wholesale replace everything based on worst case charging scenarios. There's a really interesting example out of California recently where two different groups evaluated, hey, what's the distribution investment that we're going to need to make to facilitate EV charging? And one group found, hey, it looks like it's about $50 billion to meet the broad electrification goals that California has. A different group evaluated the same thing and said, hey, looks like it's about $16 billion. Well, it turns out that like one group was not necessarily more informed than another, but that they had very different underlying charging profiles, charging assumptions. And so, one is, hey, we've got a lot of our charging happens kind of overnight. The other uses a little bit more charging in the daytime. And so the implications of this are that EV loads can have a huge impact on, basically what your charging profile assumption is can have a huge impact on the grid solutions that are needed. And so the headline, right, is that EV loads are not static, and that I'm optimistic that because of their tremendous amount of flexibility, they can help evolve kind of demand side planning. So we can use EVs and demand management to make them more of make demand management more of a tool available to grid planners, as opposed to, demand side being a static input, and then we design grid solutions kind of around whatever that static input is. So I'm really optimistic that we've got a variety of kind of demand side programs that can make the grid infrastructure upgrades more reasonable, more affordable. This isn't to say that we're not going to need any infrastructure. There's certain places and certain instances where we're going to need just more grid equipment to serve the need. But smart charging can mitigate some of that. But it comes with a cost too, right? So we gotta balance a couple of different things. So when I'm talking about smart charging, I'm talking about a variety of different kind of measures that could be used. These address different grid levels, right? Different topological levels, but also have varying degrees of precision. Where, hey, time of use rate can generally affect, how folks use their electricity, but it's not going to help us. It's not for sure going to help us in targeted kind of areas. And then we've got to manage that with our kind of ease to implement and our costs for each of these. The one on here that may be new to folks is this concept around automated load management. This is a term that's used. It's a term that's used in the EV world to basically be a demand management solution beyond kind of after the point of interconnection, so that we can schedule different EV charging rates at different times. So PG&E found, in California, this helps save costs of interconnection a lot. And so then CPUC recently adopted kind of language requiring the use of automated load management for PG&E when they're interconnecting, energizing new public charging. So hold on, what does this look like?
Hey, Sean, this is Brad. Can you
Yep.
try to finish up in, let's say, the next 5 or so minutes, so we have a couple minutes for questions?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, I joined late. We've got ALM kind of in action. The Irish Post, the mail delivery service in Ireland, uses ALM on their kind of constrained corridors. So you can see, hey, if every one of these kind of lines used their peak demand at the same time, they would exceed their charging capability at the site. they're able to stagger the charging such that they get fully charged by the end of the day or end of the night, so that they're ready to go in the morning, but are not exceeding their kind of interconnection limit. There's a bunch of challenges with smart charging. I've got 5 minutes, so I don't want to get into all of these. I think I can pass over that. The last thing I wanted to chat about is around process improvements. And generally my big note here is that grid planning for vehicle electrification is a huge problem, or it's a potentially huge problem that we need to address across multiple fronts. Right? We can't ask all of our distribution planners just to identify the solutions that make the most sense. Those kind of existing processes that look out a few years, or maybe they look out a little bit longer if there's kind of integrated distribution planning processes that require roadmaps and whatnot. But those are still confined with kind of very, I'm going to say, EV kind of as an input. And then what we want to transition more to is some of this kind of back and forth, kind of collaborate with folks so that, if they've got a request for a certain amount of charging at a certain site, the utility answer doesn't necessarily have to be yes or no. It can be, hey, we can give, you want 5 megawatts, we can give you 2 here, or 2 at night, or 5 at some other location. So more of a conversation there. And then finally, as we think about kind of the need for broad EVs, EV adoption, there's a need for kind of regional planning and kind of proactive multi-stakeholder processes to make sure that our priorities are aligned, right? That we are kind of ensuring equity, ensuring access to a pretty big change. So, couple points here at the end. What am I trying to communicate? There's lots of uncertainty, but decisions are needed today. We can improve our forecasting with a variety of solutions. We are going to need a lot of demand management, particularly in the short term. And why do I say particularly in the short term? It's because we need to learn if we can really rely on this, or to what extent we can rely on it. And then also so that we can kind of prioritize infrastructure where demand management can't defer all the investment, right? There's a lot of learning that needs to happen in a relatively short amount of time on this, because it's a big opportunity, but it's yet unproven in some jurisdictions. And then finally, hey, we've got grid planning improvements. I've made a lot of suggestions, not to, I guess, utility planners' day-to-day jobs, but around kind of bigger, more wholesale changes. Reconsidering design standards is not something that happens every year, usually even every couple years. It's a once every couple decades type of thing. But I think we're at one of those points. Using demand management similarly is going to take a wholesale kind of reevaluation of kind of how we're doing grid planning. And then this concept around collaborative and multi-stakeholder process. This is intended to say grid planning is not just a utility job, that there's a lot of kind of inputs that need to be gathered from different folks, a lot of different priorities that need to happen, a lot of trade-offs that need to occur. So with that, thanks to everybody for your time. And thanks for tolerating me being a little tardy.
Okay, this is Brad. I definitely want to thank you for the considerable amount of information and stuff here that you put out here for us to wrap our heads around and to think through. As I was saying earlier, the next few years will be very challenging, but it is fun in the sense that if you like to always be learning, this is definitely a place and time to be. Let me ask a question real quick here. And this is something I struggle with in the IRP processes, but how do you develop really? I mean, does anybody develop good scenarios out there? I mean, so often when I look at scenarios, I'm not sure that they're that good. And I just, it's something I struggle with when I'm looking at an IRP. Are these good scenarios? Are they really driving different futures where we can see if there is a significant impact on something? Because sometimes they have different scenarios, but yet the resources aren't changing that much. And then you wonder, well, is the scenario that different, or is there something comforting here in that? Well, there is some comfort here because the resources aren't changing that much, even with this what should be a very different future. Or are we not taking into account the right drivers? So, and if there's somebody who does it very well out there.
I struggle with that too. I can point you towards some scenarios that some of the California IOUs are using, but and they contributed to this effort. As soon as I start, a lot of our effort was around distribution, and so as soon as we say, hey, let's evaluate a couple of different scenarios that stress different things. They say, okay, cool, yeah, we can do different scenarios around EVs, but then that's going to come at the expense of, basically our bandwidth to support different scenarios for reliability events or PV. And so we've got to be careful with doing too many scenarios. But the thing I'll say, particularly with EVs here, is the guidance is around stressing the system in different ways. So the scenarios that we highlighted were, strong preference for at-home charging. Kind of what is the implication for that? A scenario for high, medium, and heavy duty kind of growth in electrification. What does that look like? What's the implication for that? I think there's a real challenge that commissions are going to face in prioritizing those different implications, right? So, hey, if everybody wants to charge at home, we're going to have to upgrade a lot of service transformers, a lot of distribution equipment. Hey, if all these fleets are going to electrify, we're going to have to upgrade a lot of substations in different ways, in different priorities. And I don't know how you make those trade-offs. Thanks for the question. That's good.
I don't see any other questions yet. I don't know if I don't see where somebody has their hands up, but just this is another question, but so much of the analysis seems to be always drawing from the same type of data sets. I mean, do you see that getting better as there's more data collected and electric vehicle penetrations increase? Because again, what I see is the utilities will use their state level data or data for their service territory based on Bureau Motor Vehicle information and information that they have from their billing for billing purposes, and then they will tie it back to some national level projection. So, and then of course everybody's using the same assumptions, or seems to be using many of the same assumptions about when charging will be taking place and how. So it just, there's a big area here. It's an important area, and yet the data sources seem to be very limited. Am I off on that perception, and will this change?
I think you're not so far off. I think that we need to rely on more and more utility data that's picked up. I think there's a lot of information in, I forget where Indiana is on all the smart meter deployments, but I think there's a lot of information in smart meters with EV rates, right? If we've got a dedicated EV meter or even a dedicated EV site, that can tell us a lot of information about how and when folks are charging in those places. We have highlighted a few different national data sets. I think we got to be careful with relying too much on simulations. Some of the lab tools are simulation oriented, and there's some underlying assumptions in there that, we're not sure if they're right. There's some tools available that are kind of aggregations of different public charging sites. I know there's one called EV Watts that uses a pretty distributed, they've got a pretty good data set of real life charging sessions and kind of what those look like when those happen. But a pretty good data set is still, I think they've got like 100,000 chargers enrolled in kind of providing them information. I'm optimistic that that'll continue, and I'm optimistic that we're going to get more and more data basically as EVs roll out. I think I talked a little bit about the kind of exponential growth that we've seen, but I think we're getting to a point where there's so much growth that like we have real data that'll make its way into kind of different national level tools. Yeah, so it's a balance of using the right tool to ground, I think, some of what different utility territories see in their own kind of data. Still muted. Brad, you're muted, I think.
I definitely recommend the ESIG website to anybody who wants to find a wealth of technical information that is well presented for different types of audiences. So it is very helpful, and I'm sure this will be just a useful addition. So thank you. And I think what we'll try to do is start up about what time is it? Let's see, 1:20 if we can. Again, let's pick it up at 1:20 with I think we should have Ronnie Sandoval on. I think he has been on all this time, so he should definitely be hearing that. If not, I'll check on him. So again, let's take our lunch break, and we'll pick it up again at 1:20. Thank you. All right, this is Brad. I know our speaker is on. So what we'll do is we'll give it about 2 more minutes and then we'll start it up, okay? Just give everybody that last 2 minutes. All right, we gave everybody a couple of extra minutes, so the beauty, I guess, of doing this virtual is if you are still eating, of course, you can continue eating and we won't see you. So, uh, and the same applies to me, I guess, as soon as I stop the video feed. With us next is uh, Ronnie Sandoval, and he's with RAP. So most of us are very familiar with that organization. And what he is going to be presenting is work that they did, if I remember correctly, for Lawrence Berkeley Labs. So with that, I will turn it over to Ronnie, and hopefully everybody will still be able to listen while they're chewing. So with that, Ronnie.
Great, thank you so much. And we'll be sharing slides shortly, hopefully. Let's see. So is that coming through okay? I should have it on full screen. Okay. Well, let's assume it's going okay. So thank you again for the opportunity to be a part of this program. That was just mentioned. I'm Ronnie Sandoval with the Regulatory Assistance Project, and what we wanted to do here is just share a few insights about you know trends or observations around efforts to integrate grid planning processes across various states. And I also wanted to recognize and thank Berkeley Lab and the Department of Energy for their support in this work. As for the agenda for this program, I wanted to start with a little background and level setting on the various planning processes and just get some definitions out there so we all are speaking the same language. Next, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the challenges associated with just administering multiple planning processes. We've heard a lot about that from a few speakers so far, but wanted to again just hone in on some of those challenges and explore a few of the potential benefits that might come along with efforts to either integrate or consolidate some of these planning activities. Next, I'll go through a few examples, state examples of folks actually taking this on and beginning the efforts to identify areas where resources analysis can be better analyzed and potentially incorporated in a more consolidated process. And then I'll end with a few key takeaways from the observations from those examples and what we're hearing on the ground. So don't want to spend a lot of time on this. Many of you are probably familiar with this language, but for the sake of level setting, I wanted to sort of get it out there. The integrated resource plan process usually involves some sort of recognition about the customer needs that will be projected, now and in the future, and a utilities plans in order to continue meeting those needs in a reliable, safe, and cost-effective manner. These plans usually involve a robust stakeholder engagement process and make efforts to align state energy and environmental policies. And it's done at a system level. Usually looks at impacts over a long period of time, generation, transmission, distribution, and the like. And just laying that out there so that I can essentially contrast with some of the other planning processes that we'll talk through later today. There's been an evolution over the last almost decade or so now around distribution system planning and essentially what that entails. Historically, of course, there's always been some sort of distribution planning process in place. There are investments that are required at the distribution level that many utilities try to anticipate. At the distribution level, it's probably at a shorter horizon, but in essence, there's always been some sort of distribution system planning and looking at what happens, what's required downstream of substations and closer to the customer demand. But what we've been seeing and what other states, like what we heard from earlier from Minnesota, that there's a recognition that there are additional capabilities that should be explored, just given the nature of the changing demand profile, the types of distributed energy resources, the types of electric vehicle and building electrification changes that are being recognized. So in firming up what we mean by distribution system planning processes here, we're talking about these 4 or 5 capabilities. Stakeholder engagement, I'll leave that aside. I think everyone's on board with that. But with regards to advanced forecasting and system modeling, what we're trying to do is essentially get a better sense of the changing supply and demand profile of various DERs as they proliferate across the system. So, what is the impact of let's say energy storage or various other forms of DER at different times of the day? And what does it mean for our investment plans? What does it mean for rates? Trying to understand how to better define the supply and demand profiles of these various DERs and build that into our system modeling more effectively. Maybe at lower penetrations, it doesn't sort of impact the system as much, but over time, as load grows, there could be some meaningful impacts, especially varying across times of day, that should be considered. Hosting capacity analysis, in essence, entail how much distributed energy resources can be accommodated across specific circuits without requiring upgrades. So these are essentially how much capacity of different types of DER can be, can the system accept without spending a lot of without spending any money on it. And what that essentially does is sets a baseline for the next capability, which is if there are system needs, be it driven by congestion, be it by the increase in distributed energy resources, there should be an analysis conducted and disclosure about where those needs are, when are they expected, and what's the magnitude of the relief that's required. So essentially what you're trying to do is identify what are the capital investments that will be needed in the distribution system. And then the next capability would try to identify and match those needs with a variety of different solutions. So one of the things that could be involved is non-wires alternatives, or it could be utilities, for instance, disclosing to a potential list of solution providers where the needs are and when is it needed and what is the magnitude of it, and essentially describe the nature of the need in detail, and then essentially solicit solutions for how those needs could be met. So that those are maybe a bit of a shift from what distribution planning has involved in the past, but this is where a lot of states are sort of exploring now. And maybe I won't drain this slide here because it'll come across in some of the case studies or examples that I'll walk through. But transportation electrification plans, they go beyond just trying to forecast what is the projected load of electric vehicles, or maybe in the case of building electrification, trying to figure out what that demand will be over time. But it's essentially a plan that aligns, policy objectives from the state, local jurisdictions, and then tries to match essentially utility programs, utility incentives, state incentives, to try and parse out how one might achieve specific electrification goals with the tools available for utilities. So this can include utilities building out charging infrastructure, utilities rolling out rate designs, as we covered a little bit earlier in the program, different ways of having more active and a more active role in how electrification plays out in a state, rather than sort of being reactive and just observing the various market changes and incentives that are happening outside of it. How do you sort of take control? How do you manage it? How do you have visibility into that? And there are various other sorts of planning processes like demand-side management, decarbonization plans and the like. But what we've seen in terms of best practices around these plans is to have that sort of stakeholder engagement opportunity, be intentional in the design of customer products and services that could be enabled by, let's say, grid modernization investments and the like, and make sure that there is, a clear value add communicated for what would it mean for customers to take one action versus another. And what would be helpful is before implementation begins, how do we develop metrics? And these don't have to be perfect, and they don't have to sort of ultimately lead to a performance-based regulation regime, but try to understand if we're embarking on a new effort and this is something new, how might we measure success? And then if things are not trending in the way that we would like them to, how do we then use that information to then inform what a course correction might look like? So, and we heard about this a little from some of the examples before, but there's a big, there are a number of challenges associated with administering a number of different planning processes. There are multiple working groups at times that are operating at the same time. it's a burden for staff, utilities, other stakeholders to essentially be a part of multiple planning streams, and then having to work together to make sure that those plans are consistent, those efforts are consistent, is a balancing act. Making sure the right people are in the room and information is relayed. Like there are a number of sort of operational tensions associated with administering multiple of these plans. And then over time, especially depending on whether or not the issue is emerging or not, the makeup, the frequency of those touch points could change, and striking the right balance on that is also a challenge. But aside from the operational challenges, there's always a need to then, to bring together all these plans, make sure that they are strategic, that they are aligned, and they are not inconsistent when one sort of develops specific plans. And these are some of the benefits or ways in which a potential consolidation could help address those challenges, and then maybe provide additional benefits. So these are some observations I pulled from specific commission language about where the opportunities have been recognized, including just getting greater confidence on the validity of the plans. Like being able to say, hey, look, we're looking at it from these different planning processes or from these different viewpoints, and we're still trending in the same direction. Like that sort of reassurance is always helpful. There could be lower barriers to participation, so you might get better information coming out of the processes of better outcomes. So not everyone can be in every discussion, but if there are fewer discussions, there's probably more opportunity to get everyone on board and moving in the right direction. And there's also an opportunity for just different siloed groups to be to work across teams, and then facilitate level of knowledge sharing across teams. And the intent here is it's helpful to have that sort of collaboration, so you identify not just gaps, but opportunities for greater efficiencies. And maybe before, one of the things I would like to do is just walk through a few of these state examples to highlight the range of different efforts of consolidation, but what's happening in a number of different states, and just give you a flavor of how this sort of consolidation or integration is appearing. So the first example is on Colorado. So Colorado has a relative longstanding process around distribution system planning, and it touches on a lot of the capabilities that I addressed before around securing non-wireless alternatives, identifying grid needs, being proactive about that, addressing hosting capacity analysis and the like. So there has been this existing docket for about, let's say, 3 years or so, where guidance was provided specifically on that. But a more recent guidance provided sort of a recognition that non-wireless alternatives in particular should be considered across a variety of dockets and planning processes, including compliance with renewable energy standards, transportation electrification, and the like, right? So let's say pairing a microgrid with a site or a number of sites where a lot of electric vehicle electrification may be found, and seeing whether or not that might be a more cost-effective way of meeting customer needs as opposed to alternative investments. It's not always the case, but maybe it's something to consider. And the same with other processes, just trying to incorporate or seeing, being intentional, making sure that each one of those processes has essentially a recognition that non-wireless alternatives has been considered in ensuring that the most beneficial, cost beneficial, reliable solutions are being considered, even if it may be, a non-wire alternative versus a more traditional solution that might have been considered in those dockets. I won't read the slide here. We heard extensively from Hannah in Minnesota about this effort to consolidate the transportation and distribution system plans. And what I would reemphasize here is that in contrast to what Colorado did with regards to just making sure that non-wires alternative was considered in each one of those dockets, this was more of a actual consolidation of plans being submitted into like one filing, and essentially the distribution system plan incorporates a dedicated section on transportation electrification. So you're seeing a consolidation of the filing, the submission and the review of those plans. This one is a little bit interesting. So Massachusetts actually began their grid modernization journey probably around 2013. And they were looking at a lot of the right things in terms of examining the capabilities of grid modernization technologies, and then trying to see whether or not, what is the pace of modernization that needs to happen in order to maximize benefits for customers, and being more purposeful in the deployment of technologies, and not just have a sort of ad hoc process of deploying, grid mod technologies. The one shortcoming I would say of the process at the time was that it probably wasn't a lot of guidance provided on the standards of the format, what would entail, what these grid modernization plans would encompass when it came to submitting it. So ultimately, the various utilities under the Massachusetts DPU, they submitted a number of plans that were just not consistent across, if you were to look across utilities, not making a sort of a judgment on the merits of the plans, but it became difficult to compare one plan versus another. Some had scenarios, multiple scenarios to choose from. Some had like one plan for review. And again, it just made it difficult to get a sense of whether everyone was going in the right direction. So one of the things that the legislature took on was essentially creating an advisory council that created essentially standards for plan submissions. They then also required that the plans align with policy objectives, and then also required that plans be submitted to this council, which was essentially created by this legislature to then review plans before they were formally submitted and respond to recommendations. This is fairly novel. I haven't seen this in probably any other place, but the intent was to essentially establish some standardization, so more confidence can be built on what the plans entailed. I won't spend a lot of time on this one, but essentially this is a really good example from Nevada on essentially how transportation and electrification plans essentially feed into distribution system plan, and then in turn into IRPs. So essentially you have the IRP, which within it houses distributed resource plans. And within that distributed resource plans, you also have a dedicated transportation electrification plan. And again, have resources and links, and you can all sort of see what's included in these plans. But what's helpful is that, again, it's not just looking at what is the impact of forecast or something. It tries to be a little bit more proactive. It ties in, some of the charging infrastructure programs that the utility there has launched to essentially make charging infrastructure available in number of areas across the state for economic development reasons, and also to ensure that underserved communities are being addressed. So this was something purposeful that was put in place by legislature a couple of years ago, and we're starting to see more of the impacts of the implementation of these plans. And the plans also include exploration of rate designs, cost recovery mechanisms, customer programs, so they're trying to be very comprehensive. So this is a good example of how those transportation and electrification plans ultimately fit into an IRP as well. And I'll be brief about this one. In Washington, we're actually seeing also another effort to incorporate integrated distribution plans. Integrated distribution plans into IRPs. But there's guidance provided. It's not a formal requirement that they be distribution plans be included in the IRP, but they provided guidance. If you are to include it, this is what we would like to see, but they do have a minimum level of information that should be shared in the IRPs, including an assessment of the potential of these various DERs and opportunities for leveraging them to support system needs. And just looking at the time, interest of time, and giving you all opportunity to ask questions. Hawaii, so you probably are aware, they have multiple proceedings addressing different areas of the grid. Part of it, just being an island electric system. There's a lot of considerations that they also need to take into account, just given the fact that they don't have the ability to, rely on a neighboring region to potentially bail them out when it comes to, resource needs. If they do lose, a source of power for whatever reason. So one of the things that they try to do across these various planning processes is try to essentially almost build a plan of plans, or a plan that essentially would detail how each of these different processes are working in concert, and submitting that as an integrated grid plan that encompasses all 5 of these. So it's an attempt to ensure that forecasts, investments, everything that's going on across performance-based rate making, rate design, all of those things are moving in the same direction. And again, this is something fairly novel, fairly new. Hawaiian Electric submitted their first plan back in May of this year. Again, as you might imagine, it's a very long document, over 300 pages or so, but it tries to, again, just begin to see how all of these disparate efforts are moving in concert, and whether everyone's moving in the right direction. So I did, for your benefit, include a number of links and references, to these studies, if you want to take a further look at it and further explore, what some of these states have done. But in general, I think we are seeing an emergence of trying to get a sense of, trying to get a handle on how better to manage resource and ensure that outcomes, you're getting the desired outcomes from these processes, and they are not, again, just making best use of resources, and we're making the best decisions that we can. So again, some key takeaways from us. We have a recognition, of course. I don't have to tell many of you that resource is an issue when it comes to managing multiple of these processes, and some states are just beginning to explore these opportunities. Again, we're seeing perhaps guidance being issued, and some of these plans are either responsive to that guidance for consolidation, are beginning to roll out. They have recently rolled out, but we're still trying to understand, because I did paint a rosy picture about the benefits, but maybe there are some tensions, some recognition for things that should be corrected before maybe recommending that other states take these on. But it's important at least to consider whether or not resource constraints or greater certainty and comfort in approving certain plans or moving forward in a certain direction could be benefited by a more intentional consolidation. Again, these varies by states, and one may want to consider anytime you change something drastically, to introduce metrics. Again, doesn't have to be tied to performance based rate making or anything along those lines, but just try to get a sense of, if we were successful, if we do get the outcomes that we want, how might that show up, and what can we put in place in order to start just collecting information and seeing whether or not we're going in the right direction or not. But with that, I think I just want to pause here for give you all maybe like 10 minutes or so for questions and reactions to this.
Okay, as you were doing earlier, of course, we have the questions that can come in through the YouTube chat feature, or by sending emails to me if that's not working for you. So I'm trying to think of a question, how to phrase it. This is a very general question, so it's probably a very general answer, but what proportion of the states are actually at this point just kind of reviewing the plans, and are there any real results or regulatory actions that result from that, or are they just commenting on a plan and giving further guidance further down the road, at which point, some point, they may be approving specific courses of action, cost recovery, and how you do that cost recovery of different things. So I suspect it's all over the board, and subject to change, because this is a new area, and as you have done a good job of indicating, and the other speakers before you, it's a rapidly evolving process that will not look the same 3 years from now as it does today.
Yeah. Yeah, and maybe I'll be happy to answer some of those questions by just going through this list here. But it is still fairly new, fairly novel for a number of different states. So in Minnesota, as we heard, there was guidance issued, or an order issued last year, and essentially we're anticipating the first of these merged transportation and distribution plans to be submitted in November. So you'll start seeing the impact of the plans as early as November, and then there's probably going to be an examination review period that'll accompany that. Massachusetts recently submitted their plans in September, following initial guidance. Essentially, the utility submitted their plans. They will then be reviewed by this council that I identified. They will provide recommendations, edits, or things to consider before the plans are formally filed and submitted to the commission. But in it, they have to actually respond to the recommendations and say why some changes were adopted and not. Nevada, they recently submitted their, the law came back in 2021. They recently submitted their electrification plans, and there were some things, right? They are still exploring and they recognize it, right? They indicate as part of their plan. We conducted surveys, interviews with other utilities to try and understand, what were the cost recovery mechanisms, what are the justifications for them, what was the case for, building out, making sure that make-ready investments were there and timely, the types of standardization that needs to happen in terms of making sure that we don't have some just different designs proliferating across the utility territory. So they want to make sure that they have an informed view of it before they sort of are set on a specific course. Hawaii, as I mentioned earlier in the year, in May, submitted their integrated grid plan that encompasses, essentially tries to align and marry all of the different planning processes into one strategic document that at least, communicates how do these various processes work in parallel, and also it just forces all of the groups that are working on all these issues and their own silos to collaborate and see how the pieces fit across other parts of the organization or planning efforts. Colorado they've already issued this guidance, but what you're seeing is the next steps might be an identification of how non-WAS alternatives fit into the different planning processes like transportation and electrification. So you might see NWA solutions be recognized in each one of those plans. In Washington, also recently, issued this guidance, through a law. And again, the distribution plans it's not mandatory that they be included in IDPs, but you'll probably start to see some folks actually take on that challenge and try to expand the minimum level of reporting that's currently required in IRPs to more include, some of the capabilities that I walked through earlier around distribution system planning, hosting capacity analysis, and the like. But yep, I think I covered all the states. But I want to make sure that that's responsive to your question.
Yeah, I believe so. I'm not seeing any hands up here. Let me check. And I'm not seeing that we've got any questions that have come in from the YouTube chat function. So you've taken us up to 2:00, so that is probably a good stopping point so that we can stay on schedule. I am mindful that it's Friday afternoon and I guess, oh, okay, I stand corrected. One question just came in, so we'll take that and then move on to the next speaker. So hang on a second. Okay, here we go. The question is, make sure I'm, the question is, key issues seem to be where a state or utility should start to move towards where it wants to go regarding integration and how quickly to get there. Any lessons to share as to those issues?
Yeah, and happy to share a little bit about that. So, silos get a bad rap. I think silos sometimes are necessary, in terms of, especially if it's an emerging area, an emerging process, sometimes it is helpful to um, establish like a process, let's say, like Minnesota did with their transportation electrification plans. Essentially, they started with a dedicated plan that they then merged into the distribution system plan. It sometimes, if you want to be deliberate, you actually have to devote resources, and maybe it is sort of you do begin with transportation electrification or other things combined as a part of the process, but you want to make sure that the examination into the programs, the rates, the incentives that you roll out is thorough, that it's not just a small section in a plan that is more of a checkbox than not, right? So, if I don't want to cop out on this, but as soon as you want to make sure that the plan is robust, that it's ready for consolidation, and that information isn't lost when you do try to, bring together that and other processes. It's all about the outcome, making sure that you do get the the desired outcome that you need. But if resources are really an issue and are preventing folks from developing the most effective plans that they can, try to explore whether certain work streams, certain planning streams can be merged with other existing processes so that you do have consistency in forecasting and vision and implementation that you do need. So I hope that's responsive. It's not, there isn't one size fits all, but you should have the adequate resources devoted to each process, just to make sure that you are thorough in your approach.
All right, well, thank you for that answer. And I think now like I said, it is Friday afternoon. So for the purposes of giving everybody as much of their Friday as we can, we'll move on. But I do want to thank you, Ronnie, for your willingness to participate in this process and to help us as we think about these challenges that are ahead. And again, I appreciate your insights, and I'm sure one way or the other we will be talking about these issues in the future.
Of course.
So thanks a lot.
Thanks again.
All right, and let's see, I think Paul DiMartini is on.
Come on, for some reason my camera isn't working. But in any event, I can share my slides.
We are hearing you, so.
Great.
But,
yeah, I'll share my slides. You able to see my slides?
yes. Can you make it a little bit bigger, or is it me?
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
Okay, great.
So,
okay.
But yes, if you wish to proceed, that would be great. I mean, it's some ways in an enviable position, and in other ways not so enviable, being the last speaker on a Friday afternoon. So
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And yeah, I will go through some of these slides a little quickly. I'm sure some of the previous speakers and certainly saw, Ronnie cover. I won't, belabor some of the points, but I'll try and hit some key things that you brought up, Brad, and question that was just raised. Maybe for context, before I get into this, my background in integrated distribution planning is both in support of the Department of Energy's efforts with technical assistance to various states, but also as part of my consulting work is working with utilities, including most recently for the last 5 years is with Hawaiian Electric on their integrated grid planning activities. So I kind of try and bring both perspectives to what I share. So, my focus here is going to be talking about where your existing processes, both for IRP and what you do on your distribution planning, and how you may take it to the next step. Some things to think about. Fundamentally, when we think about integrated planning, it's really trying to create a shared understanding of what it is we're trying to accomplish, what needs to be accomplished, and then how we want to go about that. So these are things that we put at the forefront of what we're trying to accomplish, and this involves both, obviously from a regulator's perspective, kind of trying to understand what needs to be done, but how the confluence between policymakers at the legislature and other agencies within the state, utilities and various stakeholders that are involved, and particularly at the distribution, but more completely across the whole system. When we think about integrated planning, certainly distributed resources and what's happening at the consumer around electrification and so on is important. But as we all know, in many places around the U.S., we're really facing a lot of issues with older infrastructure that needs to be replaced. At the same time, we're dealing with increasing severity of weather events and other issues that are causing extended outages. And these are things that need to fold into the planning process as very specific things that need to be done. But how do they fold in is a big consideration, both for transmission and distribution, and particularly at distribution. The other is, it sounds like there's been a lot of discussion today, certainly with Sean Morash, who's leading the effort there at ESIG, and Ronnie touched on this. But electrification is going to have a big issue, big considerations for distribution. I'll touch more on this, but certainly as the projections are showing, by 2035 or 2040, perhaps it's a little later, maybe it's into the 2040 plus, but we're still seeing the potential for a fairly significant increase in energy consumption on the distribution system, and obviously we've got potential to leverage that battery technology in multiple ways. But if we don't, we could be seeing a fairly expensive build out to be able to address that increased capacity that may be needed. The goal is obviously to try and mitigate that and think about how we manage charging and how we integrate that with other resources at the edge and in the distribution system to be able to manage that. And of course, we have been looking at and we've seen the adoption of rooftop solar and other distributed solar in terms of solar farms and gardens in many states. A number of states increasingly are recognizing as part of their clean energy goals that distributed renewable resources are going to contribute a fair amount of the energy that will be part of the overall renewable portfolio mix in effect. Some states, could be in the Midwest, maybe in the 25+% range. We've got other states, like California at about 40 plus. Hawaii's at 50%. They're anticipating of the renewable energy coming from, at the edge from distributed systems and community-based systems. So, this is also going to be a big challenge, and how we think about these together with the increasing demand from electrification is a pretty significant challenge to think about. The other is we got to be thinking differently about how we're going to use the distribution system. So if we're really going to have this much renewable energy at the edge and exporting into the system, then we really need to think differently about the distribution system as really a gathering system, kind of like what gas networks do in terms of gathering natural gas or the like from the wellheads, and then bringing that into a transportation system. And likewise, we're going to have to think the same way around the distribution system, a system that was never designed to do that. So what's the implications that we have with this multi-directional energy flows on a distribution system as opposed to the one-way flow that we've seen in the past. We've talked about this theoretically, conceptually for a decade or so, but we're now looking ahead, to 2030 and beyond, and starting to see that this is really going to start to become a reality in many places. This also has implications for, how much capacity may be needed to support all this generation, whether at the transmission certainly is being thought about, but at the distribution as well. In many cases, we're replacing generation resources, thermal generation resources, fossil, nuclear, that have very high capacity factors in the range of 90+%, with resources that are sort of in the 30% range on average between wind and solar. And at distribution, obviously that could be lower with just solar, maybe in the 20s, 20%, which means that the installed capacity really will start to put considerations on distribution capacity and not just the energy, because we could be deceived by just looking at energy in terms of megawatt hours or kilowatt hours produced, and not looking at the installed capacity. So we're going to have pressures on distribution capacity from more distributed resources, solar and the like, and batteries. But also we need to think about the timing difference with what electric vehicles and their charging behavior, and how consumers want to use those and how they want to charge, and how those will need to align if we're going to be able to get the most utilization out of the distribution system and reduce the overall impact on potential capacity increases. The other thing that's happening increasingly is we know that there's more variability and random variability in the bulk power system from renewable energy. Obviously, we don't know exactly how the wind is going to blow and when, and how much solar radiation and cloud cover factors that come into play. And we've known that for a while, but that's also happening on the distribution system, particularly as we add more distributed energy producing resources for example, solar. But this is also happening with electrification, because the charging behavior and how that's going to play out is also changing the dynamics on net load as it reflects back into the bulk power system. And certainly this is recognized in the MISO reports over the last couple of years. Discussions on MISO is not alone. Other ISOs have been noting this, and NERC has been noting this. And one of the things we need to think about is there's also, a lot of this net load variability is emanating from the edge. So how we think about managing that transition to a more clean energy future that has a fair number of distributed energy producing resources and batteries, as well as electrification and transportation in particular, is going to be an important consideration as we move forward. So one of the things to think about as we get into this is, what are the appropriate planning objectives and criteria for your power systems? How should the uncertainty of the pace and scope of change be addressed? What is the appropriate investment prioritization model? What level of collaboration is required to ensure we achieve the desired objectives with a resilient, safe electric grid? And what level of oversight and transparency is required to ensure objectives are achieved and stakeholder buy-in? This is our kind of our starting point for thinking about, how do we sort of tackle this question about how we move forward with integration of various planning processes, as in Indiana with the IRP and the TDSIC. Obviously, in Indiana, you're pretty far along actually in this journey. When I looked at the various reports that were published, filed a couple of years ago, the integrated planning framework that NIPSCO illustrates here and in their IRP was well thought out and actually at the pretty state of the art at the time, and now going back a couple of years. And so, yeah, it's a good starting point, the kind of issues that were addressed and discussed, not just in theirs, but in several others that I read. The challenge is that, and I think this got to some of the questions that are being asked is, okay, if we really want to do integrated of the type that actually Hawaii tried to tackle as an integrated utility, in a MISO context, this is a really complicated effort to try and think about how you're going to integrate all the various components of the planning processes that happen on different time cycles, have different time horizons, have different elements that need to tie together. This is next to impossible to actually do in practice. So that's not the objective. The objective isn't to try and fully integrate it at the level of this sort of thing. It's probably not achievable in the near future. So what we need to think about is how can we start to take some initial steps towards identifying the sort of low-hanging fruit to really tie some of these planning processes together. So, what we found is in working with various states and some of the work that I've done, the number one thing is getting consistency on inputs and assumptions, and especially for forecasts. The second is transparency regarding processes and key points of interdependencies and alignment. That is, looking at the various planning processes, and in particular, as we're talking about the TDSIC and the IRP in Indiana, where are those that were the intersection between those two plans where they could sort of one feeding input into the other and the other way back. So how do those tie together? Where are the points where you have some interdependencies between what's being assessed and results that are coming out of some of the analysis? And how do we think about the alignment of those so that the resulting two plans are consistent with each other? One of the things is understanding and having consistent consideration of operating criteria and conditions, in addition to the inputs on say forecasts for electrification, load growth, DER adoption, and the like. The other is there's an opportunity to think about how you start to optimize the solutions to potentially address a greater set of needs. That is, if we can start to solve some of the distribution challenges that may be faced with a greater variability at the edge through more solar electrification and so on, how we might think about managing those issues towards the edge, which address distribution capacity constraints that may start to emerge, that also have beneficial effects up into the transmission and bulk power system. So these are things that, there's opportunities to look at it that way. There's also, as we get into distribution, more specifically, there's things that are, when you look at asset management, where you have aging infrastructure, to the extent that you're also looking at what you may need to do for electrification or for rooftop solar or community solar adoption. By looking at those holistically, you can start to see where one solution might be able to get multiple benefits. In most cases, distribution investments can solve more than one need, and so thinking about it even at the distribution level can start to get some significant improvements in terms of the effectiveness of the investments, and then by extension, the implications into the IRP and the bulk power system planning. It's clear that, as I'm sure has been discussed here, and Ronnie touched on a number of these, but this has gotten a lot more complicated when we think about distribution planning from just load growth and asset management.
Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
This is Brad. What slide are you supposed to be on?
12.
Okay, because I'm not seeing the pages change. Maybe others are, but I'm not. So.
Oh, okay. You see that now?
Yes.
Okay. This is a slide I was just on. Sorry about that. I was having some technical issue. So as folks were been talking about, this has gotten a lot more complex for distribution planning. In the IRPs, it looked like that I saw many of the utilities have been looking at a number of these factors, maybe less so resiliency as part of the IRP, but clearly that's a factor that most utilities these days are particularly focused on as part of the mix and trying to understand how those all start to feed into objectives and planning criteria, the load and DER forecasts, and the asset condition that has been traditionally done. So as we think about these elements coming together, it's really informing what an integrated distribution plan is. And I would say that the TDSIC that I saw didn't have a lot of discussion of these sort of factors and how they played in terms of shaping the analysis around the investments and the projects that are proposed. A lot of that discussion was over in the IRP, but it didn't seem like those two had sort of carried over some of that input, and vice versa. Some things that are in the TDIC, how did that influence some of the things in the IRP? The other thing that we're seeing is that in a number of states, and I apologize, I'm not as familiar with how things are developing in Indiana, but in other states, a lot of communities at the city, county level are really have taken a lot of forward steps in trying to develop their own sustainability and resiliency plans. And these plans themselves have implications on the distribution system. And in several places, we've seen where utilities have increasingly had to do more outreach at the community level to align with where the local governments are going with their energy strategies and resiliency plans. We know that that distribution planning is evolving, and it clearly has in Indiana as I took a look at the plans and here in AES's IRP and basically the model that they're sharing here and what they describe is a process that is it's a solid process that is pretty typical of what folks have been doing as they think about distribution planning. As we think about this more broadly, kind of the reference model in terms of how people are thinking about this from an integrated distribution and integrating with resource and transmission planning is to really break this down into multiple steps. If we look to the left hand side, those are all sort of the inputs into the distribution engineering analysis, where you start with the public policies and then looking at things like climate threat risks in terms of what you may think in terms of weather impacts and so on. And then, of course, some of those same inputs and the planning objectives and priorities and criteria that then feed into resource and transmission planning, but they also feed into distribution planning and how you then think about touch points as you work through the various elements in the distribution engineering analyses. The output of all those get into developing sort of roadmaps, investment plans, similar to what's in the TDSIC, but also more broadly, how you're going to be, speaking about that and thinking about how you're doing, prioritization of those investments relative to the objectives and priorities and criteria that were set at the outset, at the beginning, through a stakeholder-led process in the state, usually through a commission proceeding. Those distribution plans should align and be explicit about how they're supporting both what's needed on the resource and transmission planning and vice versa, so that we're not getting double counting where the transmission plans are assuming something that the distribution plans are also assuming to try and tackle the same challenge, which has happened sometimes, particularly as we think about, well, maybe there's large scale resources and then another plan is thinking that there's more distributed resources on, in a particular time horizon, and we really need to sync those up so that there's consistency in terms of what the overall resource mix might look like, and the implication for the respective TND. I think one of the things is that we see with these longer term plans that are done, typically 10 years these days in many states for longer term planning. Within that, there's usually a shorter time horizon, not unlike your TDSIC, but those explicitly tie together. So that the shorter time frame is the one that actually goes in front of the commission for approval in various states for actual implementation, and then the cycle continues, and the 10-year outlooks are updated every 2 to 3 years. Again, with sort of these 5-year, 3 to 5 year short-term action plans. And increasingly, the thought is, how do we build in the sort of the evaluation of how the results of these investments, and then how do that adjust what we need to do in terms of objectives. So that's kind of the overall process. There's pieces of this, as I said, that you're already currently doing, but particularly in the resource and transmission planning and the distribution engineering, I think there's an opportunity to tie some of these elements together a little more clearly. And in that, here, in looking at the documents, and obviously they're a couple of years old, so there's things that probably have advanced since then. It's unclear how the IRPs informed the TDSIC analysis and proposed projects. There wasn't really any discussion in the TDSIC that I saw the factors that are identified in the IRP. It wasn't clear if the IRP and the other planning process were interrelated. The industry best practice these days, it should be. I said interrelated, not fully integrated. So again, where are the right touch points? Where's the right linkage between them? Unclear how state and community customer objectives shape the TDSIC. It was a little bit in some of the IRPs, but that seems to be an area in a number of states where that's become much more important. And then it wasn't clear how the TDSIC projects tied back to the IRP outcomes and issues that were identified in the IRP, particularly as related to distribution. One of the things I'll note is that, as we think about electrification, it's a fairly complex issue. And as we think more broadly, it's going to have pretty significant impacts on distribution in a way that rooftop solar hasn't. And what I mean by that is that we're going to have capacity constraints starting at service drops and service transformers, working back into laterals and then in the main line. And as we know, the distribution system is, the wires start bigger at the substation and they get smaller as they get out to the service drop and the meter at the customer's premise. So as we think about the combination of rooftop solar and a vehicle and electric water heaters perhaps and batteries, the way the distribution system is going to operate is quite different, and it's going to get a lot more complex. So it's really important as we start to explore this more over the coming couple of years to kind of start to delve deeper into managing this and thinking about how we're going to enable customers to pursue their goals and policy goals with respect to electrification and more distributed resources, and how we do that with a system that wasn't really designed for that. I'll skip over a couple of these slides just for the sake of time. I think fundamentally what I think you all are looking at, and certainly you could see in some of the plans is a pretty thoughtful approach to thinking about the fundamental infrastructure that's usually done through asset planning, and then starting to layer on reliability and resilience analysis and the related some of the fundamental technologies there around automation, and then getting more sophisticated into grid modernization and how we can start to enable DER utilization and the potential for microgrids. But these all build on one another, and it's important to kind of really understand how these stack up. I've already touched on this example of how many distribution investments can support more than one objective, and that's an important consideration as we look at this. You might look at what Michigan's doing with respect to multi-objective prioritization and trying to highlight where various distribution investments are able to solve more than one potential objective. So maybe just to close, what got us here over the last 100 years isn't going to get us there. The planning scope is expanding. There is a need to address this balkanization of planning and investment decisions and execution, and really, how do we prioritize the actions toward the outcomes that have the most benefits for consumers? There's the DER EV orchestration that people are starting to talk about is a fairly complex set of issues, and something that gets started because we're kind of on the critical path if we're going to see a lot of change in the 2030 to 2040 timeframe. And as I mentioned, basically the grid architecture that we have today was based on the 19th century Tesla Edison model, and is really not adequate for a more distributed power system. With that, I'll close, and there's a link to the Lawrence Berkeley Labs Integrated Distribution System Planning website, and there's a pretty extensive library here of information that might be of benefit. Thank you.
Okay. As before, I'll pass along questions as I see them, or somebody raises their hand here. I'm going to take you back to one of the slides that you skipped, unfortunately, for maybe, but slide 17. And this has been one of those areas that I struggle with, but how to better incorporate the MISO's plans, or how they do their operations and how it impacts utility IRPs. And of course, you raised the TD-SIC process or distribution planning more generally. I mean, are there thoughts as to how to do that? Because it's, one of my things is the difficulty of trying to make any of these investments and planning decisions and even operational decisions in an environment where you only control what's in your service territory essentially, and yet you're dependent upon what's going on in this broader market region all around you. I mean, are there some things that we should be looking at differently, or asking certain types of questions, or is there some place where we can be maybe learning a little bit from others? Again, I throw that out there I just don't know the answer to that. I just think we need to do better, but I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, so I think, Brad, I think one of the things that's really changing is that, and I didn't have time to really dive deep into your IRPs, but if you were anticipating 25% of the installed capacity, or including consumer, rooftop solar, community solar projects in Indiana, something of that nature, that's going to be a significant contribution to the overall resource mix. And that's going to create variability coming from the distribution system, if you will, into the bulk power system. We already see in most of the ISO markets, and then add electrification of transportation and the variability of charging and fairly significant loads, as we were pointing out earlier. This is creating more variability at the edge. And what a lot of the ISOs are already pointing out is that, and some of them are already experiencing, that they are having forecast errors on the day ahead basis. So traditionally, they've been able to have a very high confidence of forecasting what the next day's load is by hour, just based on weather and weather conditions, in terms of temperature, humidity, and the like. That's no longer the case. They're having errors, forecast errors, just on a day ahead basis, let alone over a longer time horizon, in terms of the variability, and more variability coming from the edge. So while there's been a lot of discussion over the last decade about variability from renewable energy at the bulk power system, there's more variability happening increasingly from the edge. And as we look over the next 15 years with transportation electrification and more distributed solar and batteries, you can expect that that's going to be the case. One of the things that I've been discussing with a couple of states and utilities is we need to start managing this from the bottom up. So MISO is not going to solve your problem at the distribution system. And so the idea is, if you start from the bottom up, start from the consumer and what they're adopting and their charging behaviors, and how you make that work well on the distribution, you will by extension manage the net load that then the MISO sees into the MISO market, into the wholesale market. So by starting with the consumer and working your way back up into the system, I think you can start to mitigate some of the issues that you might be, if you start to look out over a 15-year to 2040, you will start to see where you can start to think about how you can mitigate some of that for the mutual benefit of the distribution system, and consumers to be able to adopt, but at the same time, reducing some of that variability back into the bulk power system that they otherwise would have to try and address. And this is different because we've, traditionally in the electricity industry, we've taken a top-down approach. We start at the large scale resource analysis, and then we work into transmission, and then by extension, it's just assumed that the distribution system would be able to flow it, to the edge. That's all kind of changed, and particularly as we see electrification, it's really changing how we probably need to think differently about this. I don't know if that helps. And the other is, by the way, to the extent that you're going to use those resources through, managing distributed resources and electrification on the distribution, you're essentially going to reduce the amount of DER that the MISO could use for their wholesale market. Because to really manage load, to get, reduce the capacity increases that you might otherwise need to do for electrification, it's a fairly significant need that you're going to have, and there isn't going to be a lot left over for the bulk power system. So as you get into this, I think you'll see, particularly, maybe for yourselves looking into the 2030 to 2040 time horizon, you may see more of this. Right now, for example, in New York, they're already seeing, in California, they're already seeing they're going to have these issues by 2030. But for yourselves, you may be more into the following decade.
Okay, a question just came through the YouTube chat feature. Relative to my question, to what extent will MISO and PJM, the 5 Indiana investor-owned utilities, and the 2 REMC T&Ds in Indiana and IMPA, so those are the T&D entities. 2 of them are for rural electric cooperatives, and the other one is a municipal electric, or for municipal electrics, the G&T outfit. To what extent, with MISO, PJM, the 5 IOUs, the 2 REMC T&Ds, and IMPA, should Indiana be looking at an independent distribution system operator?
No. No, and I say that because to me, that's, a friend of mine has this saying that his dad told him, what's the first thing you do when you want to think about building a house? Do you pick up a pencil to start thinking about the drawing of what you want, or do you start hanging the windows? And to me, talking about an independent DSO, starting to hang a window before you know what it is you need to do. So I think the first step is actually, how are you going to do this orchestration? What's needed in terms of mitigating the potential impacts on the distribution system? Because as I was pointing out, we've got real resiliency issues. We've got aging infrastructure. We've got, electrification. We've got rooftop solar. We've got battery adoption. We've got community resources. So let's understand that, and then what the implication on distribution, and then what do we need to do to orchestrate those resources on distribution so that we can minimize the dollar impact for consumers in terms of, having to just build out, potentially, 30-40% increase in capacity to support that load growth that might emerge over the next 15 years. So if we understand what we need to do to orchestrate, then we can start to think about, well, what are the roles that are necessary to do that? And then even the question of independent DSO, well, what is that? Is that just a market function? Well, I just showed you a diagram of a distribution feeder that has about 7 or 8 nodes on it. And so the way we think about LMP pricing in a PJM or MISO type market, that doesn't exist on distribution. So I think we also need to think about how that's going to work when you're thinking about managing a transformer or a lateral or a segment of a main line. It's not the same as what we do at transmission. And I think we need to think through those things before we start thinking about roles and responsibilities beyond in the near term. The utility distribution operator still needs to be able to make sure the grid is safe and reliable and kind of deal with the day-to-day kind of activities that they have.
Okay, I'm not sure how to phrase this question, so I'll just throw it out there, and then you can see if we can get to something. But you're talking about the things that could be done on the distribution system to essentially better, I guess, limit the load or variability of the load that the utility or the RTO is seeing, or the uncertainty of it.
Right.
I mean, conceptually, what are the type of tools or processes or actions at the state level are you seeing? I mean, not that we are talking down the road in the future, but just to help me better understand how you're conceptualizing that.
Yeah, so for example, when we think about rooftop solar, solar outputs during the middle of the day, so that depresses the load during the middle of the day. But that creates other issues, on a distribution system and at the bulk power system. You get voltage issues on the distribution. You may have, excess energy coming back in. So you may have thermal constraints in some places. If you got a lot of solar in a particular area, you got reverse power flow that's going back in, and you can see some thermal limits on the distribution being hit just because of the reverse power flow. That's happened in many places, many across the US already. And then when you add in electrification, particularly transportation, when those vehicles are charging, and we're talking about fairly significant loads, right? A level 2 charger is 50 amps, and if you start to look at what that implication is for a service transformer in a neighborhood, I mean, I was already told by my local utility I can't upgrade my service panel because the other two neighbors have EVs and they've overloaded the service transformer, and I have to wait 2 years. So this, how we manage, and that's in the evening, or maybe it's overnight. Well, is that really useful? We've got, kind of dual peaks on the distribution. Is there a way to try and align these? How do we think about that? We've got demand response programs that we do through smart thermostats, and how do we manage that? We have energy efficiency programs. How do we target those to be able to address kind of the shape of the load, not just, I think we're at a point where reducing any energy kind of independent of where it fits in the load curve is, we kind of need to be thinking a little smarter about that, and how we target trying to increase the overall load factor, if you will, but also, kind of reducing it in the context of the capacity. So we kind of got a dual challenge there. I don't know if this is helping, Brad, but there's a lot that can be thought about how we need to reshape the load curve, both down, but also kind of flatten it out a bit, so that, we can get, reduce the impact on the existing distribution infrastructure into a more manageable, investment plans.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that discussion helped me put into a better context, your earlier response. So the two of those two combined helped me a lot to understand what you're thinking, especially when your reference to limiting the participation in the RTO markets, for example. So I just want to understand how you saw that, and those answers did that for me. So, and I'm still not seeing other questions at the moment. I'm not seeing hands up at this time. And I don't think we have any more questions coming through the YouTube chat feature. So we're pretty much on time. I think we'll set you free for the afternoon so that you can go on to your next work task, or start your weekend early. I definitely want to thank you for the excellent presentation that you made. And, again, when I was reviewing your slide deck the other day, it was number of thoughts crossed my mind, and your conversation caused even more. So, and that's a good thing. Nothing else in this industry. I still like the fact that I'm still learning and challenged in so many ways after so many years in the industry. So, and that makes it fun. Frustrating at times, but a lot of fun too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for the opportunity.
Okay. I don't know if Chairman Houston is still online, if he wants to say some closing remarks, or.
Well, Brad, I just echo what you just said. Thank you very much to all of the participants today. It's extraordinarily important subject matter. How do we approach the future, and how do we do better on our distribution system planning in a dynamic environment? As the generation mix is changing, it causes all kinds of issues, but also as electrification continues, whether it's hitting Indiana the way it is in other parts of the country, may make us a little bit unique, but those challenges will emerge over time. If electrification hits us in home heating and home water, at some point in time, we're going to need to think through all of those factors as they impact the distribution systems, in addition to obviously the generation and transmission systems. So I just want to say thank you to the folks from Minnesota that helped out this morning, all the after or late morning speakers, the AEP folks, and everybody else that you had on board, Brad. What a great forum. And many thanks to you for organizing this event today.
Okay, and with that, I will remind everyone that right now the current plan is to have the next contemporary issues workshop. I don't springtime, broadly speaking. I don't know if it'd be late winter, early spring, or later in the spring. That's something to be thought through. I think we were thinking April timeframe. And it would broadly address something to look forward to in the spring besides, well, nice weather. So if there's nothing else, I will end this session and look forward to seeing everybody figuratively or literally in the future. All right. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
I'm stuck. It won't let me leave.